Chapter 14:11. Looking at everyone's dumbfounded expressions, Han Xiaoshan knew that practice was the only way. He released his life-level pressure, and a condensed aura gushed out. The air in the room seemed to have turned into a sticky gel, making it difficult for people to move. A sense of oppression suddenly crashed into the hearts of the many beyond grade as. Everyone's expression changed, and they instinctively became nervous. Their nerves tensed up, and the cell furnace in their bodies crazily pumped energy, like wild cats that were about to explode in the face of an enemy. Right at this moment, the pressure disappeared like a receding tide, and the high-level pressure of a transcendent was retracted. Only then did everyone come back to their senses and could not sit still anymore. "Black Star, how did you do it?" Someone was shocked. "Quick, tell us how to break through to the transcendent grade." Someone could not wait. I didn't expect a higher level to really exist. I thought that beyond grade A was the limit of an individual's strength." Someone muttered. Most of the beyond grade as were in an uproar. This was no different from the calamity grade students who had pestered Fu Ding when he advanced to the beyond grade A realm. They were all filled with eager desire. Facing the questions of the crowd, Han Xiao waved his hand and casually said, "The failure rate of advancement is very high. I was just lucky." Hearing this, Secret Master wisely chose to shut up and did not dare refute. To everyone, Black Star's advancement was too sudden, and it was difficult for them to digest this fact. Other than a few people who knew about it, most of the beyond grade as could not suppress the shock in their hearts. Generations of geniuses in history had not been able to break through the limit of individual strength. Many people even thought that beyond grade A was the limit of individual strength. They did not expect Black Star to not only break through it, but also at such a young age. Although they knew that Black Star was the most accomplished super in history, whether he broke this publicly acknowledged limit or not was completely different. At this moment, in everyone's eyes, Han Xiao was a glowing guide, a pioneer, and his image became taller once again. Man Ison wanted to say something, but stopped. Black Star had opened up a new level without revealing anything, which made him feel very complicated. Originally, although Black Star was strong, they were still at the same level. Although Man Ison was much more relaxed now, he still had some unwillingness to admit defeat in his heart. If there was a chance, he still wanted to catch up and compete. But now, the height of the two had been completely pulled apart, and a fundamental gap had appeared. Man Ison had seen how Black Star had caught up with him step by step, then left him far behind. Until now, he couldn't even see the other's back. Even though he had a firm heart, he couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. At this moment, Kant spoke. "Black Star, you don't have to be humble. If not for you, this boundary would probably still be an insurmountable obstacle in the eyes of the entire beyond grade as." His tone was filled with envy, but it was also filled with excitement. The other beyond grade as were similar. There were definitely some who were envious and jealous, and there were also quite a few who were jealous. However, most of them thought that there was someone to rely on. If it was an unfamiliar, neutral beyond grade A who had reached a new level, they would definitely be extremely envious and would want nothing more than to replace him. However, if this pioneer was Black Star, they would be able to accept it and be happy. On one hand, Black Star's reputation among the beyond grade as had reached an unprecedented level. On the other hand, because of his identity as the leader of the association, he had obtained so many benefits for the beyond grade as. He had long been one of them in the eyes of everyone. Due to Black Star's methods and the temptation of the sanctums, the beyond grade as had formed a close community of interests. As a group, the stronger the leader, the more weight the beyond grade as would have in the universe. Furthermore, Black Star was the source of the sanctum revival. The stronger he was, the more secure the revival would be. Naturally, it was worth everyone's joy. In addition, many beyond graders believed that Black Star, as the leader of the association, would more or less impart some experience in breaking through. No matter how they thought about it, there was no harm in it. After understanding all these, most of the beyond grade as present became more and more excited. They looked at Han Xiao with even more admiration. Not only did Black Star bring about the sanctum revival, but he also pointed out the direction of individual strength. Everyone felt that his position as the leader had never been as justified as it was now. Han Xiao glanced at everyone's excited, reverent, and admiring expressions, smiled, and said, "Everyone knows this well. Don't spread it around. By the way, the upper echelons of the 3 universal civilizations already know about it. Don't worry about them. As for the promotion method that everyone is concerned about, I also happen to succeed. I still need to familiarize myself with the power of the new grade. When I have a stable promotion idea, I'll share it. Forget it for now." Bioni's eyes lit up. "Will you tell all of us for free?" "Guess." Han Xiao glanced at him as if he was looking at a lifetime member of the Peach Blossoms network. "I guess not." Bioni smiled awkwardly. "Then you're really smart." Han Xiao rolled his eyes. Hearing this, the Beyond grade as present did not have any objections. The method to advance to the Transcendent grade was so precious. If it were them, they would not easily publicize it. Kasui, who was at the side, felt that Warnos had already grasped the method to advance. It did not seem to be useful for the association to keep it a secret, but he would not jump out to object. With his current trust in Han Xiao, he felt that Han Xiao's every move had a deeper meaning. This time, Beija could not help but ask, "I wonder if we can see the power of the Transcendent grade." Before he could finish, Han Xiao interrupted him and waved his hand. "The war isn't over yet. You'll see it sooner or later. I won't show it now." Hearing this, everyone could only nod. Han Xiao looked around. Seeing that someone was about to speak, he immediately said, "Everyone, today is just to announce this matter and let everyone understand the situation. The regular meeting will end here. Everyone, you can leave. I still have some things to arrange." Everyone was stunned. Originally, they still had a lot of questions to ask, but seeing that Han Xiao did not seem to want to answer, they could only swallow these questions back into their stomachs. The Beyond grade as stood up and bade farewell, walking out of the conference room with excitement that had yet to dissipate. Now that both sides were no longer supers of the same level, they subconsciously became more obedient to Han Xiao's orders, and their mentality vaguely changed. Han Xiao watched as the Beyond grade as left one by one, but there were still some who did not leave. Hela and the other army officers surrounded him, shocked. They hadn't received any concrete information beforehand, so they were just as surprised as the others when they suddenly found out. "Come, let's go for a few rounds and let me experience a higher level of strength." Hela went straight to the point, full of fighting spirit. "Move aside, I'm not in the mood to torture you today." Han Xiao angrily pressed her face and pushed her to the side. Feuding turned a blind eye to this and sincerely congratulated, "Congratulations." After saying that, he could not help but sigh. He had thought that after advancing to the Beyond Grade A realm, he had caught up to Black Star's footsteps slightly, but a moment of carelessness had widened the gap again. Han Xiao smiled and nodded, not saying anything, only patting his shoulder. This time, Ames came up and smiled. "What do you plan to do next?" "Plan? Just like before, continue to prepare for war." Han Xiao replied. Suddenly, he thought of something and said, "However, in terms of private matters, I want to have children." Ames raised her brows. "With who? Are you willing?" Ames hesitated for a moment and shook her head. "Then I'll have to think of another way." Han Xiao spread his hands and said regretfully, "What are you going to do?" Hearing this, Ames narrowed her eyes. "I'm going to see if I can use my cells to breed some test tube babies through genetic modification." Han Xiao turned to look at the dumbfounded Aurora and said, "Also, using my blood to fuse with her life energy, I should be able to mass-produce children." "Up to you then." Ames regained her composure and shook her head with a smile. "Your idea of reproduction is really like a mechanic." "What do you mean by like?" "I'm a mechanic." Han Xiao did not mind. Industrialization is the way to go. War was imminent, and there was definitely not enough time to breed one by one. He needed a batch of high-quality supers who had inherited the talents of his race. There was no point in having too few of them. In order to obtain a large enough inherited race, the normal method was to turn into a breeding pig and mate crazily with the mutants of the native race. Basically, only males could do that. However, Han Xiao was not interested in that and decided to mass-produce his offspring using the mechanic method. He did not need to capture the females of other races like beast ancestor. He could reproduce asexually and be self-sufficient. Although the descendants cultivated this way were more standardized, it was worth a try. After all, he had such a good racial talent but didn't expand it. In his opinion, it was a waste of resources. Anyway, he didn't lack money or people. Raising a race was a piece of cake. Han Xiao did not mention this matter anymore. He turned to look at Hela and said, "Don't return to the Soul Terminal for the time being. I have something for you to do." "What is it?" Hela was curious. "Get rid of Escod," Han Xiao said concisely. Hela's eyes flashed, and she immediately understood what he meant. She narrowed her eyes and said, "Escod is quite a powerful combatant. If he enters the underworld, he should immediately become the strongest among the heroic spirits. Furthermore, without the restrictions of the genetic chain, he will probably be even stronger than when he was alive." "That's it." Han Xiao nodded. He had never underestimated Escod. Even among the peak beyond grade as, the complete Escod was still an extremely strong member. What Han Xiao valued the most was the Esper ability in Escod's body, Esper Silence. This was the nemesis of almost all Espers. Back then, he had relied on this character summon card to make Escod fail miserably. Now that the flames of war were burning in the World Tree, this trump card should not be buried. He felt that it was time for this trump card to see the light of day again. Fu Ding blinked and said in confusion, "Strange, the dynasty shouldn't be happy to see the underworld continue to grow. Why would they agree to this request?" Han Xiao smiled and spread his hands. "That's because I gave them a reason they couldn't refuse." Di. At this moment, the communicator suddenly rang. Han Xiao paused and took out the communicator to take a look. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. The few of them had been paying attention to his expression and could not help but lean in to see the content. "What happened? Why are you so happy?" Aurora was curious. Han Xiao put away the communicator and laughed in a good mood. "Things have changed for the better these few days. I didn't expect to have a new deputy army commander in the army." Everyone was energized. "Hardaway, Jotina, or Lagi?" Fu Ding guessed. "None of them." Han Xiao smiled and shook his head. "This guy is called Evans. Let's go and meet him." Hearing this, everyone was shocked and looked at each other. Evans? Among the beyond grade A seeds who joined later, there did not seem to be such a person. They did not know him. Could it be that he was secretly nurtured by the army commander? On the other side, on a desolate planet in the Black Star Core territory, streams of light flashed, and Han Xiao, Fu Ding, and the others arrived outside the atmosphere. They immediately discovered the source of the energy fluctuations on the planet. It was the final transformation process of a calamity grade becoming a beyond grade A. They had all experienced this before, so they were naturally very familiar with it. Han Xiao adjusted his vision, and his gaze penetrated the vortex-like energy. He clearly saw Evans in the center and could not help but reveal a satisfied smile. First, Fu Ding became a beyond grade A, and Evans followed closely behind. Evans had not been a super for as long as Fu Ding, which meant that he had used a shorter time to become a beyond grade A, and his talent was more outstanding. The second-generation Escod nurturing plan that had been set decades ago was more than half successful, and only the last step was left. I originally wanted to deal with Gord after some time, but since Evans has already become a beyond grade A, it's just nice to deal with him together with Escod. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. Ancient Star Desert, Holy Covenant. What? Black Star has opened up a new level of strength. Oathkeeper was stunned. As an important partner, he was naturally not an outsider. With Han Xiao's approval, Beija had already sent the news to Holy Covenant. Hearing this, compared to the shock and excitement of the Holy Covenant beyond grade as, Oathkeeper's vision darkened. *T, I've completely become someone else's underling. There's no hope for me to make a comeback. Chapter 14:12. Han Xiao and the others waited for a while before the energy storm in front of them gradually subsided. Evan's talent was too outstanding. The advancement process was smooth, and he successfully advanced to the beyond grade A realm. The abundant energy in his body overflowed from his eyes, and his eyeballs were like two small suns that slowly extinguished under his deliberate control. He exhaled a long breath. The sudden increase in power caused the air he exhaled to be like a shockwave, blowing up a hurricane on the ground. The ground that had been corroded into a ring-shaped crater by the energy was even more shattered into fine powder. After all, he was only advancing to the beyond grade A realm. The power released by Evans when he advanced was not enough to blow up a planet. Only the surrounding area suffered. The ground looked like it had been dug back and forth by dogs 17 or 18 times. Before he could familiarize himself with his strength, Evans noticed Han Xiao and the others outside the atmosphere and was slightly stunned. Before he could go up to them, Han Xiao landed in front of him with Hela and the others with a gratified smile. "Well done. I knew you could easily reach this level. Your promotion time is also earlier than I expected. This is all thanks to your nurturing. I originally planned to inform you after my promotion and give you a surprise. I didn't expect you to come personally. But then again, nothing in the army can be hidden from you." Evans nodded. His attitude was still humble, and his mentality was not affected by the sudden increase in strength. Han Xiao squeezed his shoulder to show his appreciation. Then, he turned around and saw Fu Ding and the others looking at Evans curiously. He could not help but smile and say, "Come, let's introduce ourselves. Come, let me introduce you. This is Evans, a potential stock that I've secretly nurtured for decades. As for the others, I don't need to introduce them. You should know Evans. They're all veterans in the army and my good friends. Hello." Upon hearing this, Evans nodded at the crowd and bowed slightly. His tone was very polite. Ames smiled and nodded. Hela nodded coldly. Fu Ding and Aurora both responded politely. "Don't underestimate this guy." Han Xiao pressed on Evans' shoulder and said with a smile, "A few decades ago, he was just an ordinary person. The time he took to become a beyond grade A super from scratch is almost catching up to my record. His talent should be ranked second among the calamity grade officers of the army. So powerful." Aurora was a little surprised. She asked curiously, "Then who is the first?" "I'm not telling you. You'll know when he becomes a beyond grade A anyway." Han Xiao scratched Aurora's nose and smiled. He was naturally referring to Carrot. If he had the right guidance from the start, Carrot might have advanced to the beyond grade A realm faster than Evans. However, before he received his guidance, he had wasted a long time in the dynasty, so he did not have the chance to break his own record. Aurora curled her lips. Clearly, she was not satisfied with Han Xiao's secrecy. However, she could not do anything about it. She looked at Evans, blinked, and said, "Brother, what kind of Esper are you?" Hearing this, Hela and the others also stared at Evans. They were all very curious. What kind of ability was worthy of Black Star's attention and even secretly nurturing him for decades? Facing the gazes of the upper echelons of the army, Evans was not nervous at all. He slowly said, "My ability is to absorb the Esper abilities of others for my own use." "Oh, so it's absorption, Aurora subconsciously said half a sentence before she suddenly froze. Her eyes were filled with shock. Hela and the others were shocked. Their eyes suddenly became strange as they sized Evans up. After a few seconds of silence, Ames said in an uncertain tone, "I'm not sure. Black Star, if I didn't understand wrongly, his ability is similar to Escod's." "Not similar." Han Xiao chuckled. "It's exactly the same." Hearing this, the expressions of the group changed slightly, and they quietly moved a few steps away, not hiding their fear. At the same time, they looked at Evans and Black Star with even more strange gazes. They finally understood something. This guy's ability is exactly the same as Escod's. Could he be Escod's illegitimate son? Then, where did Black Star find this guy? No wonder he had to nurture him in secret. If others knew that the Black Star Corps was nurturing a new Escod, it might cause a huge backlash. The army commander is still as daring as ever. Everyone quickly filled in the gaps. Seeing the expressions of Hela and the others, Han Xiao knew what they were thinking. He shook his head and said, "Don't worry. Evans is different from Escod. He's a good guy. He won't casually absorb the Esper abilities of others. Hee. Aurora's lips twitched, and she laughed stiffly. Hela was not moved, and her face was still serious. In a sense, Evans was the nemesis of all Espers. Although the Esper abilities of the two sisters were very powerful, they were still things that could be taken away by the other party. The meaning of this guy's existence was greater than his own combat strength. He was completely a trump card. Evans did not mind everyone's fear. He had long accepted the fate brought by this Esper ability and pretended not to see their vigilance. He turned to Han Xiao, pulled out a smile that he was not used to, and said, "Your Excellency Blackstar, I haven't congratulated you on stepping into a new level. This news stimulated me and helped me take the last step. That's why I completed the final transformation recently. Is that so? Looks like you owe me another favor." Han Xiao laughed. After he advanced to the transcendent grade, he had asked Philip to privately tell Carrot and Evans about the two golden leaks. Firstly, it was to stimulate them to work hard. Secondly, although the two of them were loyal enough, they still had to continue to consolidate. Displaying their new strength was naturally a good way. Only the two of them received such treatment. After all, they could not participate in the Beyond Grade A meetings. If he did not specifically inform them, they would not have known. "You're already a Beyond Grade A super. Do you have any plans?" Han Xiao asked as usual. "You don't have to ask me. I've already expressed my stance back then. I'll stay in the army to repay your kindness. This is my only choice." Evans did not hesitate. Hearing this, Han Xiao revealed a mysterious smile and nodded. "Not bad. Speaking of which, the time of your advancement is quite coincidental. I said that I would give you a gift when you become a Beyond Grade A. I'll give it to you now. I'm looking forward to it." Evans' tone was calm. Han Xiao snapped his fingers, and a large number of mechanical soldiers surged out and placed a spacetime amber on the field. Everyone looked over and saw a coffin-like mechanical closure device sealed in the spacetime amber. They did not know who was locked inside. Sweeping his gaze across everyone's curious faces, Han Xiao's lips curled up slightly. He opened the amber, and the mechanical closure device fell to the ground with a bang. Then, it quickly disintegrated, turning into small snake-like mechanical particles that swam back to Han Xiao's body. The person locked inside also revealed his identity and fell to the ground with a plop. He was still heavily injured when he was sealed. With just a glance, the expressions of Hela, Ames, Fu Ding, and Aurora changed. "This is Gord. Why is he in your hands?" For a moment, the few of them were dumbfounded. Back then, Gord's disappearance had caused the dynasty to be furious, and the universe was in an uproar. Black Star had even been invited to solve the case and become a detective. The few of them had always thought that this matter had nothing to do with Han Xiao. Now, it seemed like Black Star had been a thief pretending to be a thief back then. Everyone looked at Han Xiao with even more shock. Just how many things had this guy done behind the scenes? He really was a schemer. "Don't look at me like that. I have a reason for doing this. This kid has a lot of secrets." Han Xiao clicked his tongue, pointed at the dying Gord, and said, "He's not a pure direct descendant of the dynasty. In fact, he's the main consciousness that Escod split off. He's always wanted to communicate with the world tree, so I killed him. Don't think that I'm deliberately suppressing the dynasty's potential direct descendant. Heh, keep making things up." Aurora rolled her eyes, not believing a single word. Han Xiao glared at her and could not be bothered with her. He released a cluster of mechanical force from his palm and turned it into a lightning chain that bound Gord's limbs, holding him in midair with his arms and legs spread out. He chuckled and asked, "Escod, how does it feel to see the light of day again?" "Ha, ha. I don't know what you're talking about." Gord panted heavily. He was still in a state of exhaustion. After being locked up for decades, he stubbornly guarded his thoughts and forced himself to remember the conversation between him and Han Xiao before he was sealed. Although he did not know why he was released, he remained cautious and did not want to expose himself. Furthermore, he sensed that everyone around him was a Beyond Grade A, and only Evans was a stranger. Also, he had seen the information of Hela, aims, and the others before, so he could not take the risk. Han Xiao did not mind and shook his head. Hehe, I know you're still hoping for the dynasty to save you, but it's been decades since you were captured. Times have changed. Now that the world tree is invading, the three universal civilizations have reached an agreement with us to fight against the foreign enemies together. Not to mention that you have ulterior motives, even if you're a pure direct descendant, the dynasty won't fall out with us. Gord's pupils constricted. It's only been a few decades, and the world tree is already here. What happened to me all these years when I was sealed away? Gord's thoughts raced as he gritted his teeth. Currently, only the dynasty could save him. He would not give up his disguise just because of a few words. Even if he was shocked, he had to force himself to pretend that he did not know anything about the world tree. However, when he connected the dots, Gord had a flash of inspiration. He suddenly misunderstood why Blackstar had unsealed him. Right, Blackstar knows that I have some information about the world tree, and now that the war has broken out, maybe he wants to ask for my help. Now that he's trying to force me to admit my identity as Escod, is he trying to find a reason to convince the dynasty for his actions back then? It was a pity that he did not know if his main body had been released. Logically speaking, the first thing Blackstar tried to unseal should be the main body of Escod. Gord's eyes flickered. The effect of Esper ability rebirth was a complete split. Gord inherited the main consciousness, and the current Escod's main body was a new personality formed from the fusion of the remnant soul and memories. They were already two independent individuals, and the soul connection between the two had long been cut off. Therefore, Gord had no idea what was going on with Escod's main body. I still don't understand. What world tree? I don't know what it is at all. Don't even think about getting information out of me. Gord felt that he had guessed Han Xiao's intentions correctly. He felt that his safety as a world tree insider was at least guaranteed, and he immediately felt more confident. He did not intend to admit his identity with just a few words and continued to pretend. Han Xiao glanced at him and vaguely guessed that this guy had misunderstood. He could not help but shake his head and laugh. I think you've misunderstood something. I don't need the information on the world tree that you have. The main reason I unsealed you this time is that I don't want to waste your ability. Oh, is he trying to recruit me? Gord's heart skipped a beat. It doesn't seem impossible. It wasn't easy for me to synthesize energy control. It's a super high-risk Esper ability with unlimited potential no matter where it is. The chances of Blackstar taking a fancy to my ability are quite high. Gord could not help but feel conflicted. If Blackstar really wants to recruit me, should I agree or reject him? Just as he was hesitating, Han Xiao gestured for Evans to come forward and smiled. Here's my gift to you. I see. I understand. Evans exhaled and placed his hand on Gord's chest. Gord was stunned. He looked at the person in front of him in confusion. He did not know what Han Xiao was up to. What do you want? Sorry. Before Gord could continue asking, a strange suction force suddenly came from Evan's hand. He could clearly feel that his Esper ability genes were being stripped away quickly. What? Gord's expression changed drastically. He was all too familiar with this situation. It was the same situation when Esper ability copy was activated. The only difference was that he used to be the one who stole someone else's Esper ability, but now, he was the one being stolen. This is. Why do you have this ability? Gord could no longer maintain his calm. He was shocked. Seeing this, Han Xiao chuckled and said with a teasing tone, Escod, don't tell me you think you're the only one in the entire universe who has this ability. The world is very vast. In order to prevent him from making the same mistake as you, I've nurtured him for decades. Now that he's a beyond grade A, he's qualified to take away the ability you made with countless evil deeds. How is it? Are you surprised? No. This is impossible. Gord felt his Esper ability disappearing quickly. His eyes turned red, and his mind exploded. He could be sealed, he could be killed, but he could not accept the dream Esper ability that he had spent countless years to create becoming someone else's. Gord did not want to wait for death. He struggled with all his might, but he could not move at all under Han Xiao's restraint. Furthermore, he was heavily injured to begin with, so he could not stop his Esper ability from being absorbed by Evans, who was at the same level as him. As his cells withered one after another, Gord's struggle became weaker and weaker. He did not even have the strength to speak. He could only watch himself weaken step by step and gradually lose his perception of his Esper ability. All that was left was his eyes filled with extreme hatred. He stared at Evans in front of him as if he wanted to carve his image into his heart. Evans was not moved at all. After absorbing for a while, he suddenly raised his hand and finally turned the energy control into his own. This also meant that Gord had completely lost this ability. Gord's body shook, and his aura weakened rapidly. He opened his mouth and looked at the two of them weakly. His eyes were empty and dim. His plan, his ambition, everything was destroyed by Blackstar. At this moment, Gord had nothing left to live for. It was as if he had become a walking corpse that had lost all his dreams. Han Xiao looked at him indifferently, unrestrained, and allowed him to fall to the ground. He casually said, "Don't blame me. This is your retribution. You asked for it. You once took away the abilities of so many people. Today, I'll let you have a taste of having your Esper ability taken away." Gord lay on the ground without moving. He looked at the sky blankly and murmured, "Blackstar, just kill me. That's too easy for you. You're still useful. The dynasty still needs you as a bargaining chip." Han Xiao waved his hand, and mechanical particles shot out, turning into the imprisonment device again. Gord completely lost his ability to resist and was immediately imprisoned. After doing all this, he turned to look at Evans. This guy closed his eyes slightly, familiarizing himself with his new Esper ability. Seeing this, Han Xiao smiled and said, "How do you feel? What do you think? Are you satisfied with this gift?" As soon as he said that, Evans slowly opened his eyes and clenched his fists. A ball of flame appeared out of thin air, constantly changing its energy form. Lightning, storm, nuclear energy, dark energy, and so on flashed past. In the end, it turned into a dazzling psionic energy ball and was thrown out by him. The blue beam of light went deep into the ground. The group felt the ground rise rapidly, and the ground cracked. The light of lava shone from the cracks, becoming more and more dazzling. Boom! The psionic energy that went deep into the planet's core suddenly exploded. Beams of light penetrated the planet's crust from the inside out, turning the entire planet into a sieve. The next moment, the planet expanded and exploded into pieces. Han Xiao and the others had already hidden in space before the planet exploded, watching a new asteroid belt form. Evans retracted his hand, turned around, and bowed deeply to Han Xiao with gratitude in his eyes. "Your Excellency Blackstar, this gift is too valuable. I will definitely not let you down." He knew the value of this gift better than anyone else. With this Esper ability, as long as he could grow, he would be almost invincible among the beyond grade as. This was a gift from Blackstar, and it was also his high hopes for him. Evans was extremely touched and wanted to sacrifice his life for Han Xiao on the spot. "Since you treat me like a hero, I will definitely repay you like a hero." Chapter 14:13. I don't need to say more about the potential of this Esper ability. With this ability alone, it's comparable to hundreds or even thousands of Esper abilities. Develop it carefully. Han Xiao smiled at Evans. Understood. Evans nodded and felt the burden on his shoulders become heavier. Hela and the others on the side secretly sighed at Evans' good luck. Not only was he talented, but he was also nurtured and protected by Blackstar, so he did not have to grow like a god. There would definitely be a place for him among the beyond grade as in the future. His future was limitless. Everyone could not help but turn around to look at Gord, who was locked up, and pity flashed through their eyes. Regardless of whether this guy was related to a god or not, just this alone was tragic enough. After advancing to the beyond grade A realm, he thought that he would be able to fly freely, but he was targeted by Blackstar and had his abilities taken away. In the future, he could only watch others soar in the universe with his Esper ability and take away the achievements that should have belonged to him. They did not have a deep impression of Gord to begin with. Now that they thought of him, they almost used the word tragic to replace his facial features. "What do you plan to do with him? Are you going to leave him to the dynasty? Hela suddenly frowned. I'll hand him over to the dynasty and explain his background. The dynasty will deal with the rest. Han Xiao did not mind. Hela shook her head. I don't think it's appropriate. If the dynasty executes Gord, he might be able to regain his abilities through the Sanctum revival. Since we've already become enemies, it's better to eliminate all future troubles. TSK, you're the one who's ruthless. Han Xiao raised his brows and waved his hands. With the Sanctum revival mechanism, Gord will most likely be able to regain his abilities. However, the number of Sanctum revivals is decided by me, so whether he can be revived or not is up to me. Even if the 3 universal civilizations master the revival method in the future, it won't be a big problem. We still don't know what the future will be like. If anything happens, we'll just send him to the underworld and have one more fighter. Thankfully, Gord was already locked up by the imprisonment device and could not hear anything from the outside world. Otherwise, he would be even more depressed. At this time, Han Xiao changed the topic and smiled at the crowd. All right, everyone knows each other now. After some time, I will promote him to the position of Deputy Army Commander and let him join the association. Isn't it a bit too early? Evans could not help but say, my ability is easily feared by others. Should I continue to hide my identity? You're already a beyond grade A, so it's time for you to make a name for yourself. Besides, you're going to participate in the battle, so it's useful to practice cooperating with others in advance. Han Xiao squeezed his shoulder and said, besides, with me here, you don't have to worry about arrows in the back. Other than external enemies, no one can do anything to you. All right. Evans nodded. Training in secret for decades was naturally very difficult. Furthermore, he had just advanced to the beyond grade A realm, so it was time for him to make a name for himself. Although he felt that continuing to hide his identity was the best choice from Blackstar's perspective, he did not want to continue hiding. Knowing that he could finally make a name for himself, he was very happy. The others naturally did not have any objections, but they were thinking to themselves, with such a strong Esper ability joining the association, the strongest deputy army commander might be him in the future, and they would all have to step aside. Even Hela strongly suspected that when Evans grew up, she would not be able to beat him. No, if this continues, I won't be able to keep my position. Hela was alarmed, and an encouraging mentality exploded in her chest. It was one thing to be below Blackstar in the army, but she was not willing to see someone else stand above her. If not for Blackstar looking for her, she would have returned to the Sol Terminal and gone into seclusion for 8 to 10 years. Central Galaxy, at the border of the Arcane Church. A huge official fleet was stationed at the border outpost, welcoming a spaceship with the Blackstar Corps logo as it slowly entered. The spaceship docked at the dock, and Han Xiao walked down with Hela and Evans. He saw Warnose waiting with an ethereal high-ranking official beside him. I didn't expect you to be the one to pick me up. Do I have to trouble you with such a small matter? Han Xiao raised his brows. After all, the 10,000 deity scepter is a weapon Ethereal gave me. Since it's going to be unsealed, I naturally have to be present. Warnose nodded slowly. Han Xiao glanced at him, chuckled, and joked, stop talking nonsense. I think Ethereal is obviously worried that I'll do something, so they called you over. How sad. I said that I'll fulfill the deal, so I'll definitely return the 10,000 deity scepter to you. Are you that worried about my credibility? Warnose rolled his eyes and could not be bothered to reply. A few days ago, you just revealed Gord's matter. How can we be at ease? Besides, your credibility has always been uncertain. Who in the entire universe doesn't know that your temperament is unpredictable? You are sometimes good and sometimes bad. Before the matter is confirmed, who would dare to completely believe you? You are really shameless. Xiao Luo thought. Warnose cursed in his heart and waved his hand, asking the ethereal soldiers to carry a piece of spacetime amber over. It was the piece that sealed the 10,000 deity scepter. Your Excellency Blackstar, please. The ethereal official coughed and raised his hand, making an inviting gesture. Han Xiao glanced at him and did not say anything. He took out the spacetime amber's main body and poked it lightly. The next moment, the space-time amber that the Radiant Federation and the Arcane Church had been studying for many years but could not break burst like a bubble. The 10,000 deity scepter that was fixed in midair immediately fell. Before it landed, Warnos grabbed it and quickly checked it. After confirming that there was no problem, he nodded at the ethereal official. Seeing this, the ethereal official's tense body relaxed. He exhaled and smiled. "Thank you, Your Excellency Black Star. What are you thanking me for? It's just a deal." Han Xiao did not mind and teased, "Why don't you check it a little longer? Don't forget that I'm the only transcendent now. Maybe I did something, and you won't be able to find out for a while." Cough, you really know how to joke. The ethereal official's expression froze. Although he said that, he was not sure. He secretly gave Warnos a look. The corner of Warnos' eyes twitched, and he could only lower his head to check carefully. "There's no rush. Take your time. We have plenty of time. If you suspect something, you have to suspect it to the end." Han Xiao chuckled. "You're exaggerating." The ethereal official smiled embarrassedly. After more than 10 seconds, Warnos raised his head again and glared at the ethereal official. "No problem. That's good. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving." Han Xiao nodded and brought the two of them onto the ship. They took off and rushed to the Red Empire. This trip was only on the way to unseal the 10,000 deity scepter. Watching the spaceship leave, the ethereal official heaved a sigh of relief. He took the 10,000 deity scepter from Warnos and solemnly placed it in a special container. He asked the soldiers to bring it to the main ship to store it and wait to be transported back to the mother planet. This thing was Warnos' weapon in name, but it actually belonged to Ethereal. After nearly 100 years, the 10,000 deity scepter is finally back in our hands. The ethereal official sighed, but he realized that he was not as excited as he had imagined. The 10,000 deity scepter was a trump card that targeted individual strength. In the past, it would indeed make people tremble in fear. However, the times had completely changed. Beyond Grade as had the benefits of the Sanctum revival, the effect of this thing was greatly weakened. In addition, Black Star had also opened up a new level of strength. The lethality of the 10,000 deity scepter was probably not a threat to this guy at all. Furthermore, he had the space-time amber, a defensive treasure. The situation was so grim that it was impossible to be happy. The ethereal official had a complicated expression. He turned to look at Warnos and sighed. "You must succeed in your advancement. In terms of individual strength, Ethereal will rely on you to compete with Black Star in the future. Don't worry, I won't fail again this time." Warnos nodded lightly and replied casually, but his mind was not on this. Instead, he was recalling Evans, who was beside Han Xiao just now. He could also sense the aura of a beyond grade A from this unfamiliar guy, and he even vaguely felt that this guy was not simple. Strange, when did Black Star have this unfamiliar beyond grade A beside him? He seems to be his subordinate, in a secret military base of the Red Empire. This was the prison where the dynasty imprisoned Escod. At this time, a group of dynasty fleets was gathered here, and the commander leading the team was Han Xiao's old acquaintance, Tenny Aminos. The frontline harassment battle did not need to be fought, and they only needed to bombard the World Tree Army. Therefore, most of the upper echelons did not have any missions and were all transferred back to study in the special military training course opened by the 3 universal civilizations. The course they studied was based on the tactical habits of the World Tree civilization in the past 1 or 2 years of war. This kind of thing was constantly summarized as their understanding of the World Tree deepened, so as to continuously strengthen the tactical ability of the upper echelons against the World Tree. Today was the day to fulfill the deal and let Black Star deal with Escod. Therefore, Tenny, who happened to be free, was pulled over to be in charge of commanding the defense fleet to prevent any accidents. I really didn't expect Black Star to create a new level of strength in the blink of an eye. In the command room of the main ship, Tenny browsed through the intelligence over the past few days and could not help but exclaim softly. His thoughts drifted far away, and he thought of the first time he met Black Star. Back then, Black Star had just stepped into the beyond grade A realm, and he was only a colonel in the dynasty. They had a good chat, and he had even asked Black Star for advice. When they parted, Black Star had even given him a mechanical weapon. At that time, he did not expect that a new Beyond Grade A who had joined the dynasty as usual would become such a big shot in less than 100 years. He was not only a huge threat to the three universal civilizations, but also their backer in the war against the outside world. In the beginning, the two of them would still occasionally send messages. As their statuses grew higher, everyone became very busy, and their contact gradually decreased. Although he had become an important upper echelon of the dynasty's military and had been promoted countless times, almost reaching the top of the dynasty's system, his status was still worlds apart from Black Star's. Tenny shook his head and fell into deep thought. Strength beyond the Beyond Grade A realm. I wonder how many troops are needed to kill a transcendent. Using the army to kill an individual had always been an important course for the officials of the dynasty. Although a large fleet could kill a Beyond Grade A, efficiency and success rate were also important. After all, an individual's strength was very flexible. Only by using reasonable targeted tactics could one efficiently kill an individual with the lowest price. Tenny had been studying these tactics over the years. With the Beyond Grade as imaginary enemies, he had formulated many targeted tactics according to their different abilities to perfect the dynasty's tactical inventory. Deducing such tactics had almost become his instinct. Even the direct descendants of the dynasty were his simulated opponents. This was a matter of standpoint and professional ability, not personal grudges. Therefore, although the two of them were friends, other than admiration, the first thing Tenny thought about was how to kill Black Star. Business was business. It's a pity that I don't have enough information to carry out a new simulation. However, this guy has advanced and is only stronger than before. The success rate is probably still 0. After thinking for a while, Tenny helplessly gave up on the deduction. He had treated Black Star as an imaginary enemy more than once. Even before Han Xiao advanced, his thousands of simulations had all ended in failure. Black Star was one of the few imaginary enemies of all the Beyond Grade as who had a 0 chance of killing him. It had to be known that even someone as difficult to deal with as Manison and Kasui had a 1 in 10,000 chance of killing them. I hope I can gather enough information this time. Tenny shook his head. Other than preventing accidents, he also had the mission of gathering information on Black Star. Since Black Star wanted to kill Escod, he would definitely have to make a move. It was a good opportunity to observe the strength of a transcendent. Just as he was thinking, the reconnaissance outpost sent news. The fleet that went out to welcome them had already brought Han Xiao and the others in. He looked up. At the edge of the military base, a few dynasty battleships were leading the way. Behind them was a Black Star Corps spaceship. The radar showed that there were 3 high-energy grade powerful individuals inside. Very soon, the spaceship entered the main ship. Han Xiao brought Hela and Evans to the command room. "Hello, Your Excellency Black Star, we meet again." Tenny took the initiative to step forward and extended his hand. "We're old acquaintances. There's no need to be so polite." Han Xiao did not put on airs and shook his hand with a smile. "We've already opened Escod's prison. You can unseal him at any time." Tenny nodded and glanced at the 2 people beside him. A look of doubt flashed across his eyes. Black Star's goal this time was to send Escod into the underworld, so he could understand why he had specially brought Hela along. However, who was this unfamiliar Beyond Grade A? Sensing Tenny's gaze, Han Xiao got Evans to come over and introduced. "This is Evans, the new Deputy Army Commander of the Black Star Corps. He's a Beyond Grade A Esper with a bright future and has been training in the army for many years." With that, Evans nodded politely in greeting. Tenny also returned the greeting, but he was surprised. Why had he never seen this person's information before? It was as if he had popped out of thin air. He should have left some records when he was a Calamity grade. Could it be that this guy had never been active in the outside world and had been secretly groomed by the army to become a Beyond Grade A? Tenny was secretly shocked. He felt that the hidden strength of the Black Star Corps was deeper than he had imagined. However, he did not forget the goal of this transaction. He probed, "Your Excellency Black Star, it said that you will use Gord to exchange for Escod's life. Are you ready? Don't worry, I've brought him here." Han Xiao raised his finger, and a few mechanical assistants carried a confinement device into the room and placed it at the side. With a move of his energy, the confinement device immediately turned into mechanical particles and was put away by him. Gord, who was inside, immediately fell to the ground. Hela took a few steps forward expressionlessly, grabbed Gord by the back of his collar, and lifted him up, revealing a lifeless expression. "Your Excellency Gord." Tennis' expression changed, and he hurriedly went forward to observe. However, Evans was one step ahead. He reached out to stop him and slowly said, "The transaction hasn't been completed. I can't give you the person yet." Hearing that, Tenny had no choice but to stop. Looking at Gord's extremely weak appearance, as if he had been abused a lot, he could not help but be furious. He said in a deep voice, "Blackstar, don't forget that the dynasty is still waiting for your explanation after the transaction is completed." Back then, the dynasty was played in circles, and they even made Blackstar the leader of the task force to find the real culprit. It was a complete farce. Blackstar might be laughing at them behind their backs. At this thought, Tenny could not help but feel angry that his country was humiliated, and his tone became impolite. Hearing that, Han Xiao smiled and ignored him. Instead, he walked to Gord and covered him with his shadow. "This is the Red Empire? What are you planning to do by bringing me here?" Gord's wooden eyes turned slightly, and he suddenly regained some spirit. "To return you to the dynasty, of course." Hearing that, Gord was stunned and subconsciously overjoyed. However, he suddenly reacted, and his mood fell again. If this was in the past, he would have been happy, but now that his abilities had been taken away, what could he do even if he returned to the dynasty? First, he took away his hope, and now, he was giving him another meaningless hope. Gord only felt that Blackstar was toying with him and killing him. "Do you think you can fool the dynasty by giving me a random identity? I'm a pure direct descendant of the dynasty. What you did to me will always be a stain on your record. You'll pay the price sooner or later." Gord pulled himself together and pretended to be furious. He was furious. In his mind, Han Xiao sent him back to the dynasty to force him to admit Asgod's identity and clear his name of attacking a direct descendant of the dynasty. He would definitely not let him do as he wished. However, Han Xiao did not mind. "I know you won't admit it. It doesn't matter. I didn't bring you here for you to explain anything. I mainly want you to see how I'm going to kill your original body." As soon as he said that, there was a commotion outside the window. A huge base prison opened up layer by layer, revealing Asgod locked in amber. Gord looked over subconsciously, and his heart tightened. "Not only did you take away my Esper ability, but you're also going to ravage my original body in front of me. F*CKU, do you have to do this? I beg you, can't you just kill me directly? You even said that I'm a villain. You're clearly more of a villain than I am." Chapter 14:14. At this moment, on the mother planet of the Red Empire, in the ruler's office. In the room, the remote monitor projected the scene of Asgod's prison. Bruce placed his hands on his nose and stared at Blackstar on the screen with his sharp eyes, paying attention to the development. Why did this guy take the risk to do this back then? Bruce muttered to himself. When the incident happened, he had listened to Bekarodi's opinion and vaguely suspected that Blackstar was behind Gord's disappearance. However, at that time, Uranril was still in charge, so it was not convenient for him to interfere. Later on, when he became the ruler, it was not suitable for him to investigate Blackstar thoroughly, so he kept the matter under control. The only motive Bruce could think of was that Gord had tried to simulate the ability of the evolution cube, which was why Blackstar had attacked him. As for Blackstar's idea of killing a rookie, based on the series of events with the World Tree, he felt that the possibility of Blackstar doing so was relatively low. The problem with the evolution cube shouldn't have made him take such a risk. Blackstar rarely does unnecessary things. There should be another reason why he secretly captured Gord, Bruce thought to himself, preparing his words. He glanced around and saw Gord's dispirited look as if he had been abused. He was even more furious. A direct descendant being treated like this was an insult to the dynasty's reputation. If Blackstar made things difficult for him because of the evolution cube, he would not accept this. But, even if I don't accept his explanation, what can I do? Ma Bruce sighed in his heart, feeling rather depressed. The situation was grim, and Black Star was fully fledged. The three universal civilizations needed the association's strength to fight against the foreign enemies. Even if Black Star could not give him a satisfactory explanation, he helplessly realized that he still could not do anything to the other party and did not dare to retaliate. Judging from the perspective of benefits alone, the importance of a direct descendant of the dynasty who had not yet grown up was naturally not as important as Black Star, their partner. Although the dynasty's reputation had been damaged this time, which made Ma Bruce angry, venting his anger was not something a person in his position should do. Even if the dynasty wanted to be tough, they had to look at the right time and place. Ma Bruce even blamed Black Star for revealing this secret in front of Radiance and Ethereal. Wouldn't it have been better to tell him in private? At most, he would feel embarrassed, but he wouldn't let the other two families see him as a joke. Wouldn't it be better to deal with it behind closed doors? Before the problem of the World Tree was resolved, the dynasty could not do anything to Black Star. Not only did they have to cooperate as usual, but after Gord was sent back, they also had to persuade him to put the big picture first and not take revenge for the time being. The more Ma Bruce thought about it, the more frustrated he felt. I only hope that you can give me a reasonable explanation. Ma Bruce exhaled heavily and secretly lowered his standards. On the other side, the amber that imprisoned Escod was already floating in front of everyone. Han Xiao glanced at it and saw that Gord was suppressing the emotions in his heart. He still had a straight expression and pretended to be confused. He could not help but smile. If it was before the split personality, the real Escod would not have done this. However, Esper ability rebirth had already turned the two of them into independent individuals. Their personalities had changed. Gord was Gord, and his main body was his main body. Speaking of which, the new Escod that was being imprisoned might have a personality more similar to the real Escod of the past. Tenny, I'm ready to take action. Activate the space stabilization anchor. Han Xiao nodded. Hearing this, Tenny turned around and gave the order. The fleets around quickly surrounded this area. The space-time stabilization anchors were activated one after another to stabilize this space. The space-time stabilization rate was stabilized. Escod had a lot of abilities and was very slippery. He could teleport away if one was not careful. Therefore, fixing the space was a necessary environmental modification. This time, Han Xiao walked out of the cabin alone and slowly flew to the Escod amber. Under everyone's gaze, he unlocked the seal. Buzz. Escod's eyes sparkled. He saw the situation clearly and hurriedly retreated. It had been decades since the last time he unlocked the seal, and Escod's soul was even more dispirited. However, the wormhole data that Black Star had tricked him about back then had already been researched. In order to wait for the day of his release, he had endured the loneliness and struggled to maintain his thoughts. Now that he had regained his freedom, he immediately reacted. However, Escod's condition was very low. The injuries that had not healed from the previous battle were still hurting, but he still put on his guard. He scanned the entire place and quickly locked onto Han Xiao. Black Star, I didn't expect you to really let me out again. Looks like I made the right bet. Last time, in order to figure out Gord's background, Han Xiao had let him out once. Escod had resisted stubbornly and almost died. After listening to Black Star's lies, he had decided to surrender and die without resisting. Now, it seemed like he had won the bet. Han Xiao's tone was calm. We meet again. Is the World Tree here? Escod narrowed his eyes. He had no intention of exchanging pleasantries and went straight to the point. It's here. Han Xiao nodded and said calmly, I let you out this time to fulfill my promise. I'll let you witness everything and borrow your strength. Hearing this, Escod seemed to be relieved of a heavy burden and smiled playfully. I've said it before, this day will come sooner or later. You guys will need my help one day. At this moment, Escod felt like he had finally seen the light of day. After being locked up for so many years, he was finally free. I won't refute you in this regard. Although you're full of evil, you're still a powerful combatant. It's too much of a waste to lock you up here. Han Xiao raised his brows. However, the form of help is probably different from what you think. Escod was confused. I don't plan to let you live to play a role. I need to borrow your life. A dead Escod is a good Escod. What do you mean? You want to kill me? Now? Escod was stunned. You've sealed me for so long and only released me to kill me now. What's your motive? This was completely different from what Escod had expected. In his imagination, when the world tree descended, the three universal civilizations would most likely ask him for help out of courtesy for the information he had. That way, he would have room to turn the situation around. However, he did not expect that although he had gotten what he wanted and waited until the day the world tree descended, his life would also come to an end. He did not think that he could escape from Black Star's hands in his current weakened state. Escod had already realized this when they fought last time. He did not know about the existence of the underworld and did not understand what benefits his death would bring to Han Xiao. However, this did not stop him from understanding the other party's killing intent and immediately reacted. Escod retreated rapidly, squeezing out his cells to the limit, pumping out waves of energy. His aura soared, and a radar alarm sounded. He was prepared to fight with his life. At the same time, a resolute mental wave spread out from Escod's body into the minds of everyone present. Black Star. I won't sit still and wait for death. If you want my life, come and take it yourself. At the same time, Tenny, who was watching the battle, secretly ordered the crew to turn on the full-view recording equipment. They're about to fight. Pay attention to recording the entire process. Don't miss out on any of the abilities Black Star displayed. On the side, Gord looked at the scene of Escod getting into position with complicated feelings. This was the first time he had seen his main body after splitting up. It had been almost 100 years. Looking at the body that he had once used to conquer the universe being controlled by a new personality, the feeling was indescribable. After all, no matter what, he had always used that body to live and familiarized himself with every inch of his body. He had spent a lot of effort to cultivate the powerful abilities of his main body, but he had no choice but to leave it to the newcomer. He missed it and was unwilling. If I wasn't caught back then, I wouldn't have given up my main body so quickly. Gord clenched his teeth. Now that the abilities of this new body had been taken away, the main body that he had left behind became his only hope. Looking at the scene of Black Star confronting his main body outside the window, Gord's thoughts spun quickly. With my main body's ability, as long as I can last for a while, I'll be able to break through the space stabilization effect of this area and escape with dimensional leap. There's still a chance. Although he had been locked up for decades and did not understand Black Star's progress, Gord was very clear about the strength of his main body. With the strength that Black Star had when he defeated him back then, he felt that he would not be able to take down his main body in a short time. This was hope. Gord was energized. However, just as he was concentrating and preparing to watch this fierce battle from the sidelines, an unforeseen event suddenly occurred in the field, causing his mind to tremble violently. A circle of golden lightning spread out from the surface of Han Xiao's body, and countless mechanical soldiers swarmed out. It was as if Han Xiao himself had become the gate of the secondary dimensional army box, directly ignoring the effect of the space stabilization anchor. Godly fortress. In the blink of an eye, a mechanical army far larger than the fleet present spread out in the battlefield. The next moment, a large number of machines gathered on Han Xiao's body and quickly synthesized into a strange-looking mechanical deity. Its structure was extremely complicated, and it looked like it was wearing a dark golden precise armor. It had a crown on its head, and its facial features were similar to Han Xiao's. Complicated silver-blue matrix patterns covered its body, flickering as if it was breathing. Compared to ordinary mechanical deities, the energy waves emitted by these mechanical bodies were even more shocking. They had a unique temperament and looked like they were one. They no longer looked like something synthesized but more like an independent existence that had been summoned. Mechanical deity, supreme heavenly venerate. An intense high-level pressure suddenly swept out. All the life forms present felt an immense pressure as if a true god had descended. Tenny and the others were not beyond grade as, so they felt that it was normal. But Escod and Gord's expressions changed drastically. Could it be that you've already Escod was stunned and shocked. Why had he been in the universe for so many years? Wasn't it to step into a higher realm? However, without any preparation, he saw what he suspected to be his dream on Black Star. How could he not be shocked? Before Escod could react from his shock, Han Xiao brazenly attacked. The image of the Emperor Skysplitter blade quickly formed in the Supreme Heavenly Venerate's hand. The next moment, the image suddenly solidified and slashed out. Dense and suffocating psionic energy surged and exploded. It was as if the area visible to the naked eye had been dyed a deep blue. The translucent energy covered all directions. Escod suddenly came back to his senses and hurriedly responded. Layers of energy shields popped out, but under the attack of the Supreme Heavenly Venerate, they shattered into pieces of light that filled the sky like fragile pieces of glass. He wanted to dodge, but he felt that he was firmly locked onto. Due to the interference of the space stabilization anchor, he could not use teleportation. Escod clenched his teeth and gathered what little energy he had left. He activated his offensive Esper ability and fought head-on. A black and red beam shot out and hit the blade of the Emperor Skysplitter blade, splitting it in half. The blade only paused for a moment before slashing down at an even faster speed. The stream of light of the Getter Ripple Fist flowed, compressed, and condensed on the blade, forming a huge light blade. Bang! A large mass of flesh and blood mixed with strength suddenly exploded, turning into ashes halfway through its flight. Escod's figure flew out, and half of his body was shattered by the blade. When Escod was sealed the last time, he had just been beaten up by Han Xiao. His health was low to begin with, and the power of this slash instantly injured him heavily. If not for him activating his recovery Esper ability, Escod would have been killed instantly. Before he could adjust, Han Xiao's fist holding the blade hit the air, creating a ring-shaped blue shockwave that quickly caught up to Escod's figure and swept over. Bang! 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 A series of explosions suddenly occurred on Escod's body. It was as if he had suffered tens of thousands of heavy blows at the same time. Dense dents appeared on his body, and his entire person was almost beaten into a lump of meat. He did not look human anymore, and he could not move at all. Escod still had a breath left, and he crazily activated his recovery Esper ability. Flesh continued to grow out, wanting to recover. However, at this time, the thrusters on the back of the Supreme Heavenly Venerate spewed out a thick tail flame, and the explosive speed increased. The blade turned, leaving behind a dazzling slash mark that burned the retina. The huge body was unbelievably agile, and it brushed past Escod. Shio! The light slashed past Escod's body, and his recovery stopped instantly. His life force disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. He controlled his newly grown head with difficulty and turned to look at the Supreme Heavenly Venerate behind him. Complicated emotions flashed through his eyes. There was realization, envy, relief, and relief. You didn't disappoint me. You have indeed stepped into the level of my dream. At least before I die. I can see a higher power. It's worth it. The intermittent mental fluctuations squeezed out the last of his strength. The next moment, Escod's body dissipated in front of everyone, turning into stars that filled the sky and disappearing. Escod was killed in 3 straight attacks. Tennis' expression froze, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Black Star had once killed a Beyond Grade A in 1 hit, but that was all in terms of tactics. Most of the time, it was a style of fighting where the heavens and earth would live together. However, this seemed to be the first time such a feat of instantly killing a peak Beyond Grade A in a head-on battle. It was as easy as a Beyond Grade A fighting a Calamity Grade. This was the Transcendent Grade. With just 2 or 3 moves, it was impossible to gather much information about Black Star's abilities. However, the tip of the iceberg was already shocking enough. Tenny could not help but gulp. He deeply doubted whether an individual of this level was still in existence that a fleet could deal with. What, on the other side, Gord was also stunned. He had thought that Black Star would still have a fierce battle with his main body, but he did not expect that in the blink of an eye, Black Star would easily kill his main body in 2 or 3 moves, completely crushing his hope. What shocked him the most was the fact that Black Star had already stepped into a higher level of power. A deep sense of powerlessness filled Gord's entire body. He had wasted so many years, committed countless evil deeds, abandoned precious things one after another, and even changed his body, but he still did not achieve this dream. However, Black Star had easily fulfilled his lifelong wish. I hate it so much. Under normal circumstances, Gord would still have the mentality to chase after him, but now that his abilities had been taken away and his main body had been killed, there was no chance. For a moment, he felt as if all his energy had been sucked away, leaving only an empty shell without a soul. Gord would rather be trapped in the space-time amber forever than experience this series of despair. At this moment, he fell into depression. Chapter 14-15. Just as everyone was having their own thoughts, the body of the supreme heavenly venerate on the battlefield shrank, and the mechanical soldiers returned to Han Xiao's body, revealing his original figure. Han Xiao looked at the spot where Escod had died, and a glint flashed across his eyes. Just as he was emptying Escod's health, he suddenly had a strong intuition. He had the illusion that his attack might be able to cross dimensions and affect the opponent's information form level. However, this feeling disappeared in a flash and could not be grasped. If I destroy the enemy's physical body and information form projection together, I'm afraid I can fundamentally eliminate the enemy's existence. This way, the sanctum, the world tree, the underworld, and other methods might not be able to revive him. Han Xiao thought to himself. He suddenly had this idea mainly because of information uniqueness, conceptual immortality. If all transcendent grade supers had this ability, then the experts of the same level should have a countermeasure. If only transcendent grade supers could kill transcendent grade supers, then they should have lethality on the information and conceptual level. I've only stepped into the transcendent grade not long ago. It seems like there are still more hidden powers at this level that haven't been completely unlocked. Han Xiao calmed himself down and flew back to the dynasty's flagship. As soon as he returned to the command room, everyone turned to look at him with different expressions. Han Xiao ignored him. He glanced at Gord's expression and casually said, "How is it? Are you happy to see your main body after so long?" Gord remained silent. He was filled with hatred, but he did not dare to speak, afraid that he would not be able to control his anger and confess. Furthermore, Black Star's strength had already made him despair. At this moment, Tenny walked over with a complicated look in his eyes. Then, he became firm again and said with an unfriendly tone, "Your Excellency Black Star, you've killed him. Escod will soon become your hired thug. It's time for you to fulfill your end of the deal." What hired thug? Gord was slightly stunned and confused. However, no one answered his question. Han Xiao turned to look at Hela. Hela understood and showed the mark of the underworld, indicating that Escod's soul had been sent into the underworld. Seeing this, Han Xiao smiled casually and replied, "Of course, of course. Of course, we each take what we need. I'll return this person to you." Then, he lifted Gord's body and threw it in front of Tenny as if he was throwing trash. Tenny could not be bothered with Han Xiao's attitude. He asked someone to help Gord up and sensed for a while. Suddenly, he realized that something was wrong with Gord's condition. "Sir Gord, are you all right?" Gord clenched his teeth. Without waiting for him to finish, Hela continued coldly, "We've already taken away his ability. He's now a cripple." "What?" Tenny was shocked and hurriedly checked carefully. Only then did he confirm this. Furthermore, from the looks of the injuries, it was something that had happened recently. It was obvious that Black Star had done this not long before the deal. He could not help but be shocked and furious. "Black Star, how dare you? Take a break. Let Ma Bruce come out and talk to me. He should be watching." Han Xiao ignored him. Tenny was stunned. He glared at Han Xiao and turned around to give some orders. More than 10 seconds later, a remote projection appeared. It was Ma Bruce, staring at Han Xiao with a gloomy expression. "Black Star, this is not the deal we agreed on, is that so? But I remember that the deal only said to hand over the person. Isn't he in your hands now?" Han Xiao did not care. "Stop quibbling. You know what I mean." Ma Bruce was furious. They had made a deal with Blackstar because they wanted to exchange for a direct descendant with super high-risk Esper abilities, not a cripple. The current situation made him feel as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. Energy control was an ability with a bright future. As long as he was nurtured well, he would definitely be able to enter the ranks of the top combatants. However, a direct beyond grade A with great potential was crippled just like that. Bruce was so angry that smoke was about to come out of his mouth. Not only him, but all the dynasty officers in the cabin had unfriendly expressions as they stared at Han Xiao and the others. They felt a common enemy for Gord, a direct descendant of the dynasty. If not for the big picture, they would have fired directly. All right, don't look like you have a deep grudge. We haven't finished talking yet. Han Xiao waved his hand. Didn't you want an explanation? Bruce suppressed his anger and shouted with a deep voice, "Speak, you better satisfy us. You think Gord is a pure direct descendant of the dynasty, but his true identity is Escod." When he was captured, Han Xiao could not be bothered to respond to his words. He slowly explained the split personality caused by Esper ability rebirth. So what you're saying is that you killed Gord and imprisoned him for so many years because he's an unstable factor and might have attracted the world tree in advance. However, Escod doesn't know about this doppelganger, and only Gord knows his identity. Don't you think this is too ridiculous? Bruce frowned. Han Xiao's expression was calm. I know you don't believe me. Anyway, I've already given you the person. If you have some courage, you can dig out evidence from him yourself. It would be very difficult for him to use Gord's memories as evidence. The dynasty would only think that it was fake. As a direct member who was in trouble, Gord would not suffer the treatment of having his memories searched just because of the suspicion of an outsider. The three universal civilizations would not easily use such methods on direct members, as it would easily damage their loyalty. Furthermore, direct members would resist. However, even if the dynasty was willing to search Gord's memories, they would still suspect that he had done something and deliberately planted fake evidence. There was no way to completely prove Gord's true identity, and Han Xiao did not care if the dynasty believed it or not. As expected, Bruce did not believe this saying at all. He only felt that it was Blackstar's excuse. He said with a deep voice, "I'm very dissatisfied with this explanation. According to what you said, we have to thank you." "You should indeed thank me." Han Xiao did not care. He could explain it properly, but there was no need for that. Using this matter, he planned to change his previous image. Because he had cooperated with the three universal civilizations to fight against the enemies together, he had built a training base together and provided a lot of help, causing his image in the eyes of the three universal civilizations to become too righteous. When he stepped into the transcendent grade, it was the most mysterious time. He could take this opportunity to increase the distance between them and strengthen his unpredictable image in the eyes of the three universal civilizations, making them feel that the increase in his strength had changed his personality. This was very common. This way, the three universal civilizations would be more careful in handling the relationship between the two sides and recalibrate their attitude toward him. It was best not to be too sincere when interacting with these advanced civilizations. The upper echelons of both sides knew that they would be enemies sooner or later. It was useless to talk about making friends now. Bruce's breathing quickened. After a few seconds, he calmed down and said coldly, "We will investigate this matter internally and find out the truth as soon as possible." He really wanted to fall out with him, but he did not dare. Even if the dynasty did so, Radiance and Ethereal would not go crazy with them. "Up to you." Han Xiao waved his hand. "Also, you have to give me an explanation for crippling Gord's Esper ability. Don't tell me that it's still an unstable factor." "That's right. If he continues to hold this power, there's a high chance that he'll participate in the war. With his special feelings for the world tree, he might cause something we don't want to see. I know you don't have the courage to cripple a direct descendant, so I helped you solve this hidden danger. You still have to thank me." "Blackstar." Bruce laughed in anger. "Can you be more shameless? I'm just telling the truth. It's your problem whether you accept it or not." Han Xiao's tone was calm. Bruce clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. After a while, he suppressed his anger and said with a deep voice, "No matter what reason you have, it's too wasteful to lose a super high-risk Esper ability like energy control just like that. If we nurture it well, this ability will be a powerful way to deal with the world tree." Black Star's strength, status, and influence made him feel helpless. He could only blame Han Xiao from a different perspective, and he was indeed very sad about the disappearance of the super high-risk Esper ability energy control. "I agree with you on this." Han Xiao nodded. "But don't worry, I didn't completely destroy this ability. It can still be used on the battlefield." Bruce was stunned. He subconsciously looked at Gord, thinking that Han Xiao was talking about not castrating Gord completely. However, at this moment, Han Xiao patted Evan's shoulder and said, "I've already transplanted this ability to Evans. Compared to Gord, his potential is more worth nurturing." Hearing this, everyone looked over in unison, their faces full of doubt and surprise. The energy control Esper ability was transferred to him? Tenny could not help but ask in surprise, "How did you do that? What kind of ability user is he?" This was also what Bruce was confused about. He stared straight at Han Xiao. "I've been secretly nurturing Evans for decades." Han Xiao glanced at everyone and said, "His ability is exactly the same as Escod's. They both absorb other people's Esper abilities for their own use. It was through this method that he was able to seize Gord's Esper ability gene chain and obtain this super high-risk ability." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was horrified and indescribably astounded. Escod was the nightmare of many organizations. Thankfully, he had already been killed, but now, there was another guy with the same ability in the universe. Could this galactic society still recover? Bruce's pupils constricted as he stared at Han Xiao. His heart was in turmoil. Great. Black Star had been trying to nurture a second-generation Escod since decades ago. Perhaps another goal of killing Gord was to seize energy control. Now, Black Star had an Escod hero spirit in his hands and a second-generation Escod that he was secretly nurturing. Even he could not help but be shaken by this lineup. As if he did not see everyone's expression, Han Xiao continued, "How is it? Evan's potential is better than Gord's, right? Don't worry, I'll do my best to nurture him and let him play a role on the battlefield as soon as possible. So, Bruce, you don't have to worry about wasting this ability. I'm a very thrifty person." "Then I'm relieved." Bruce squeezed out a voice that sounded like he was chewing steel. "Very good. Looks like our consensus has deepened. Since the matter is settled, I'll be leaving." After Han Xiao said that, he turned around and left with the two of them without hesitation. Tenny looked at Han Xiao's back and could not help but whisper, "You've changed your mind. Black Star, you have changed." Han Xiao stopped in his tracks. "If I don't change, am I waiting to be eaten up by you guys?" He did not say anything and continued to walk away. Very soon, his vehicle drove out of the spaceport of the main ship and disappeared from everyone's sight. Watching Han Xiao and the others leave, the people in the command room were still silent and had complicated feelings. Bruce's mood was gloomy. This change made his stomach sour and disgusted. He really wanted to despise Black Star, but on second thought, he felt a little dejected. Only they had no right to despise him. If not for Black Star, the World Tree's iron hooves would have broken through the country's borders. The current situation would not have happened. Although it was contradictory, he had no right to judge Black Star's character. Take good care of Gord. Heal his injuries first. After saying that, Bruce sighed and deactivated the remote projection. Gord watched the entire negotiation between Black Star and the dynasty. His expression kept changing, and his heart was filled with grief. Originally, he still had a sliver of hope that the dynasty would stand up for his unfair treatment and vent his anger on Black Star. However, the way the dynasty was restrained and tolerated in front of Black Star completely shattered his fantasy and his desire for revenge. Even one of the three universal civilizations did not dare to provoke Black Star. Just what kind of position had this guy climbed to in the past few decades? In my current state, if I were to provoke Black Star again, it would be like striking a rock with an egg. Gord lamented in his heart. It was as if his bones had been sucked out. However, he still had one doubt. He turned to look at Tenny and whispered, "You guys said that you were talking about Escod. You guys said that Black Star turned Escod into a fighter. What's going on? Isn't Escod dead?" Tenny looked at him with a complicated expression. Black Star said that Gord was Escod. Although he did not believe it, he could not help but be a little wary. Tenny thought for a while before replying, "You were imprisoned for a while. You've been locked up for decades, so you might not know this, but Black Star has subdued a pair of sisters. The Esper abilities of these sisters are exactly the same as the life and death sisters in history. They have also opened up the underworld dimension and can turn the undead into hero spirits to serve as their subordinates. Although Escod was killed, his soul was thrown into the underworld dimension and became their subordinate. Now, there should be more than 10 beyond grade A hero spirits." As soon as he said that, Gord's eyes widened. On the other side, in the underworld dimension, Escod slowly opened his eyes, and a pitch-black, boundless land appeared in front of him. "Am I dead?" Escod lowered his head and saw that his body had turned into a translucent spirit state. He could not help but mutter to himself. The scene before his death appeared again. The overwhelming sword light had killed the life force of all his cells in one strike, making him tremble from the depths of his soul. He could not help but reminisce. However, not long after, he realized that his condition was not right. His soul was clearly like a candle in the wind, but it did not show any signs of dissipating. Instead, it became more and more solid. Whoosh! At this time, a few rays of light flashed. Han Xiao and the others used the king to teleport to the surroundings and flew in front of Escod. "What did you do to me?" Escod frowned. "Don't worry, it's a good thing for you. Do you really think I can bear to kill you?" Han Xiao chuckled. "What are you doing?" "Don't worry, it's a good thing for you. This is the underworld. It can stabilize souls." Before Han Xiao could finish, Escod's eyes widened, and he interrupted him with a surprised tone. "The legendary underworld? Oh, you know?" Han Xiao paused and raised his brows. "Of course I know." Escod nodded. As a collector of super high-risk Esper abilities, he had collected the information of all the beyond grade A Esper in history. And such amazing people like the Life and Death Sisters were naturally the focus of his attention. Thus, he had seen all the records of the underworld. "That's easy. It saves me the time to explain." Han Xiao smiled. "The Life and Death Esper abilities of this generation all have masters. They repaired the underworld and restored the effects in history. You're already an undead now. Are you willing to accept the transformation of the underworld and become an eternal hero spirit?" Hesitation flashed across Escod's eyes. If he could live, he did not want to die. However, joining the underworld was equivalent to losing his freedom. He would probably never be free. Seeing this, Han Xiao smiled and said, "I know your concerns. This is actually not a bad thing. You should know your own lifespan better than me. You don't have long to live anyway. As long as you give up a part of your freedom, you can live forever in the underworld. Furthermore, your body will change, and you won't have to worry about the pressure of your genetic chain anymore. Your combat strength will only be stronger than when you were alive." "Why not?" Escod's eyes flickered, and he suddenly said with a deep voice, "Black Star, we've known each other for many years. Although you stepped into a higher level first, my goal has not changed. If I join the underworld, I won't have the chance to advance any further. You don't have the chance to begin with. Even if I don't kill you, you won't be able to advance. Don't doubt my judgment. As someone who's been through it, I know better than you what it takes to advance." Han Xiao shook his head. He was not lying. Escod's genetic chain was overloaded, and his life form would be even more unstable during his promotion. Furthermore, with his terrible relationships, no pinnacle beyond grade A would be willing to help him advance. It would be difficult for him to fulfill the 3 requirements. Seeing that Escod was silent, Han Xiao thought for a while and smiled. "However, you don't have to be discouraged. Your dream can be fulfilled by your heir." "Heir?" Escod was confused. Han Xiao waved his hand and got Evans to come over. "This guy is called Evans. He inherited your ability and can take the Esper abilities of others. Can't he inherit your will and help you see the scenery at a higher level? The same ability as me. Escod was shocked and sized Evans up carefully. Evans also displayed his ability at the right time, proving that Han Xiao was not lying. Seeing this, Escod was even more shocked. You can't be my illegitimate son, right? Evans' face darkened, but he did not say anything. Han Xiao smiled and said, "How would I know? Let me think." Escod frowned and fell into his memories. When he was wreaking havoc in the galaxy, he had naturally found females of different species to vent his desires. However, they were all left to fend for themselves after mating. He did not know if they left behind any children. The more he thought about it, the more Escod felt like he was missing a part of his memories. This time, Han Xiao said, "There's no need to be so conflicted. The probability of having the same Esper ability is even rarer than having children, not to mention an extremely rare ability like yours. With my nurturing, Evans did not take the wrong path. Although he has few abilities now, his talent is not inferior to yours. Why don't you nurture him and let him fulfill your wish?" Escod was silent for a while before he suddenly laughed and said with a teasing tone, "To put it bluntly, you just want me to help you nurture your combat strength and work for you." Han Xiao did not stand on ceremony. Evans has too little combat experience and doesn't know how to use his various abilities. This is your strength, so please guide him. I haven't promised you yet. Do you have a choice? Han Xiao raised his brows. "Heh, that's what I admire the most about you." Escod laughed for some reason, looked at Evans, nodded, and slowly said, "Life is unpredictable. Life is really unpredictable. This is the first time I'm teaching someone. Alright, I'll teach you how to use this ability to fight. I only have one request: if one day you can step into a higher level, help me beat up Black Star." "Oh, how scary." Han Xiao clicked his tongue. Evans looked at Han Xiao and then at Escod. Seeing that both of them were staring at him, he finally nodded hesitantly. Seeing this, Escod opened his arms with a calm expression. "Come, turn me into a hero spirit. Let this world see what I look like without any burden." Chapter 14-16. The hero spirit modification ceremony was ongoing, and on a black mountain peak in the distance, the 10 Vajras of the underworld were standing there, looking up at Han Xiao and the others in the sky. Their gazes were focused on Escod, who was undergoing the transformation. "Humph!" Black Star brought in another newcomer. Aegon Vardnads crossed his arms coldly and snorted. "Why isn't this newcomer resisting? Could it be that he came in willingly? I thought he would be taught a lesson like Old 9 and Old 10 before accepting his fate." Old 4, who had no sense of presence, teased. The corners of Old 10 Dylan's eyes twitched, and he did not speak with a cold expression. In the end, he was still taught to accept his fate. Instead of suffering endless torture, he might as well come out and enjoy limited freedom. He could only hope that Black Star would keep his promise in the future and remove his hero spirit identity so that he could recover normally. Humph, who cares if this newcomer is willing or not? I'm going to teach him the rules anyway. Aegon Vardnad snorted. Back then, he had been taught a lesson and had only compromised in the end. He was not willing to see the newcomers join the underworld so easily. Sorokin adjusted his vision and saw the scene in the distance clearly. He could not help but raise his brows with a playful expression. "I don't think you can teach him a lesson. A powerful guy has come this time." "How powerful? Can you be stronger than me?" Dylan interrupted calmly. "You." Sorokin turned around, looked him up and down, and sneered. "I'm afraid you won't even be able to take him on with one hand." Dylan was unhappy. They're both peak beyond grade as. How can he be stronger than Black Star? If he had that ability, why would he enter the underworld? Sorokin smiled but did not say anything. He was from the same era as Escod, but the others were different. They did not know Escod, and only he knew how strong Escod was when combined with the underworld's mechanisms. However, Sorokin changed the topic with a smile. "No matter how strong he is, his seniority is still behind us. His old 11. On the other side, Han Xiao also noticed the movements of the 10 hero spirit kings of the underworld. He turned around and glanced at them, the corners of his lips curling up. The 10 great guardian deities of the underworld had evolved into the Lightning 11. They had finally gathered enough to form a football team. However, Escod was easy to talk to because he had a bigger fist. It did not mean that he would treat others the same way. He was not someone who would submit to others easily. It would not be so easy to make him obediently be the 11th. After a while, the transformation of the hero spirit was finally completed. Escod opened his eyes again, felt the form of the hero spirit, and nodded in appreciation. The fusion of the power of life and death forms a perfect and harmonious structure. This is the ultimate control of arcana. The underworld can be called a space wonder. The two sisters in history are indeed amazing. Even if I were to develop these two abilities, I might not be able to do better than them. Hela didn't like it when others used such a guiding tone with her. However, the other party was the god of supernatural abilities, an absolute master in the field of supernatural abilities, so she didn't say anything. She just snorted to express her slight dissatisfaction. At this moment, the 10 great Vajras of the underworld saw that the ceremony had ended. They all gathered around to get to know the newcomers. Sorokin took the lead and greeted them. "Yo, look who's here. I thought you would be locked in a dark prison forever. How did you get released and even become a member of the underworld?" "Sorokin, you're here too?" Escod's gaze swept over. "Hehe, looks like you've been locked up for too long. You don't know what happened all these years." Sorokin shrugged, pointed at the hero spirits beside him, and said, "Let me introduce you. These 7 are beyond grade as who joined the underworld during the exploration era. These 2 are historical beyond grade as who were revived by Black Star. They're both peak beyond grade as. We're all hero spirit kings of the underworld, revived." Escod's eyes flashed with interest. He turned to look at Han Xiao, smiled, and said, "Looks like you've done a lot in the past 100 years I was in prison. What else? Do you think I've been doing nothing all these years?" Han Xiao shook his head. "In the past 100 years, the structure of the galaxy has changed a lot. You can find Sorokin to understand these things. You two know each other, so he'll definitely be happy to introduce you." "That's right, as long as you owe me a promise coin. Don't look so confused. Come, let me introduce you to the currency of the underworld." Sorokin was extremely enthusiastic and could not wait to introduce the financial system he had created. However, before he could say anything, Dylan interrupted him. He narrowed his eyes and sized Escod up. "I haven't asked for your name yet. What's your name?" Escod turned to look at him. "You don't need to know my name. Just call me Escod." "What does that mean?" "The god of Esper abilities." Dylan laughed and said sarcastically, "How many powerful Espers in history did not dare to call themselves that? Old 11, are you worthy of this name?" "Old 11? Escod raised his brows and counted the people in front of him. He immediately understood that they were ranked according to order. "You're not convinced?" Dylan scoffed. "If we were still alive, you would be dead by now." Escod's tone was calm. As a thug who made the Galactic Society tremble in fear, he was not a good-tempered person. "Sure, let's fight. Sorokin said that you're very strong. I want to see how you're going to kill me." Dylan sneered. He remembered Sorokin's words and did not believe it. Anyway, they were all hero spirits who could not die. If they were not convinced, they could fight. Who was afraid of who? Han Xiao could not help but glance at him. He did not find it strange. Dylan had a foul mouth and the ability to taunt others. He liked to cause trouble to begin with. Furthermore, after accepting the identity of a hero spirit, this guy no longer had any worries. It was as if he had released his nature. His foul mouth became even worse, and he could taunt as he pleased. They were all hero spirits, and without Aurora giving them life, no one could make a move. Dylan probably enjoyed being unhappy with him but could not do anything about it. "What do you say?" Escod turned to look at Han Xiao. "In that case, Aurora and I will temporarily give you bodies. You guys will be ranked again, and strength will be respected." Hela's eyes lit up. She was the happiest to watch others fight, so she immediately made the decision. I agree. Sorokin's eyes lit up, and he immediately expressed his stance. Although he was not the strongest among the hero spirit kings, he was definitely ranked at the top. At least, he did not have to continue being the 8th. Not bad, that's exactly what I wanted. Dylan snorted and pointed at Escod. I hope you can let me enjoy myself. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll use you to celebrate my rebirth. Escod paused, turned to look at Evans, and said calmly, this time, I'll use this ability to fight this battle. This time, I'll demonstrate the combat style of this ability to you. Watch carefully and learn. Evans immediately perked up. Not long after, Aurora was called over by Hela to create bodies for the many hero spirit kings. She was almost squeezed dry. Han Xiao brought the group to the main universe and found a desolate universe belt as the battlefield. 3 days later, the 11 of them returned to the underworld in their hero spirit forms. They did not mention anything about the battle and only silently rearranged their seats. Escod became the big brother, Dylan became the second, Sorokin became the third, and Aegon Vardnads became the fourth. Although there was only one position between first and second, there was a huge gap in combat strength. As a spectator, Han Xiao finally saw how strong Escod was when he was at his peak. He was much stronger than when he was alive, and beating up Dylan was like playing with him. The battle between the two of them could only be described as devastating. In Han Xiao's opinion, he might be the only one in the entire universe who could defeat Escod. The others would at most be on par with him. Escod was not afraid of anyone other than himself. Warno's chances of winning were even lower than Herbalin's. Even if his energy rank was higher, he might not be Escod's match. After all, he was an Esper. As long as he was touched by Esper silence, he would be dead meat. On the other side, in the 3 Universal Civilizations joint conference room, the 3 leaders had just finished a meeting and were organizing the documents. At this time, Louis thought of something and looked at Ma Bruce. How's the deal with Blackstar going? I heard that Gord has returned. Ma Bruce paused and nodded slowly. The ethereal Pope narrowed his eyes and slowly said, so, Gord was really captured by Blackstar. How did your dynasty deal with it? We're still investigating the inside story. You don't have to worry about the details. Ma Bruce shook his head. Seeing this, the two of them guessed that the dynasty had most likely suffered because of Blackstar and could not help but laugh. The ethereal Pope coughed and said calmly, Blackstar is fully fledged. Don't worry about him for now. No matter what, we've welcomed back a direct beyond grade A with extraordinary potential. In the future, he will definitely become an important pillar of our individual strength. Congratulations on obtaining a new national pillar. Nurture Gord well. Because he had Warnos at home who was preparing to advance to the transcendent grade, the ethereal Pope was very open-minded and did not care that the dynasty had obtained Gord again. Furthermore, from the standpoint of the 3 universal civilizations, this was a good thing for both of them. Hearing this, Ma Bruce's heart skipped a beat. Others still thought that Gord was still that super high-risk Esper ability owner with endless potential. Now that they were congratulating him for obtaining a potential stock, it was a form of mockery. Ma Bruce did not want the two of them to know that the dynasty had made a loss this time and exchanged Escod for a cripple. He could only suppress his anger and force a stiff smile. At the border of the flickering world, giant engineering ships cruised in space one after another. Planetary-grade collection devices surrounded the planets and carried out destructive development. They drained the star cores, crushed the planets, and disintegrated them into various substances that flowed into the giant storage cabins. They swept through the starry sky like a swarm of locusts, leaving only desolation wherever they passed. The several star clusters at the border of the flickering world were originally areas with rich resources. Now, under the destruction and development of the 3 universal civilizations, they were gradually turning into desolate universe belts. They were being transformed into strategic areas that would welcome the future attacks of the World Tree. All the valuable resources were taken away, leaving nothing for the World Tree. At this moment, at the edge of the development area, A small dynasty fleet was escorting an ordinary spaceship with the Black Star Corps logo away. In the spaceship, Pork Bun was organizing the materials he had collected on this trip. The players around him all had the ID of Pork Bun's studio. They were all Pork Bun's employees. It's a pity that the dynasty doesn't allow us to go deep into the development area. This time, we only collected some scraps. It's not enough to make a video explaining the 3 universal civilizations preparations. Pork Bun sighed, not satisfied with the harvest of this trip. Be content. The 3 universal civilizations have already made an exception by agreeing to let us take a look at the edge. His assistant, Little Wheat, curled his lips. Currently, most of the players were participating in the harassment battle at the front lines, but Pork Bun did not stay at the front lines all the time. This was because there were only battle reports coming and going, and it was not convenient to make a video. He keenly felt that the changes at the back were more valuable, so he brought a group of studio employees back to the explored universe to collect news. Not long after, Pork Bun set his eyes on the 2 news points of the Black Star training base and the 3 universal civilizations preparations. However, the training base did not allow outsiders to enter, so he could only observe the latter. Pork Bun was more popular in some departments of the 3 universal civilizations. First, the accounts under his studio all focused on charisma, specializing in building good relationships with various people. Second, Pork Bun constantly promoted himself and pulled in many players to be his endorsers, letting the 3 universal civilizations know that he had a special influence among the immortals and became the exclusive media of the immortals. Third, he had the special identity of a reporter from the Black Star Corps. His studio was attached to the Army's intelligence department and was an officially recognized branch with a news license. Therefore, in the eyes of the 3 universal civilizations, Pork Bun represented the special intelligence personnel of the Black Star Corps immortals. He had some face and could talk business and cooperation with various organizations as a player. This was also what some guilds did. With so many conveniences, Pork Bun's studio's business was thriving. He submitted a visit request to the 3 universal civilizations. After some negotiation, Pork Bun and the others finally received permission to come to the edge of this border development zone to take a look. However, the harvest was not as expected, so they were now on their way back. What should I do? Although I don't lack material now, it's all old news. I need sensational news. Pork Bun tugged at his hair, his face full of distress. At this time, a chat notification popped up on the forum. An employee had sent him a private message, looking very excited. "Boss, I have a major discovery. The material this time will definitely scare you to the point of premature ejaculation." Pork Bun looked at his ID and remembered that this was the small supervisor in charge of the dynasty's regional news material. He immediately perked up. Cut the F** king crap. Tell me, what did you find? This is news that one of my subordinates found out from a dynasty logistics officer. It said that not long ago, Black Star went to kill a god and showed his strength beyond the beyond grade A realm. He even handed over Gord. This small supervisor spoke frankly. He did not know about the deal between Black Star and Escod, only talking about what he did on the surface. However, this was enough to shock Pork Bun. Is this news true? Pork Bun felt his bladder tighten. Then I don't know. That employee of mine has a very good relationship with that dynasty officer. Anyway, I found out from him. It said that this officer was at the scene. Well done. The funds spent over the years haven't gone to waste. Pork Bun slammed the table in excitement. His studio was not small now. He had set up regional branches in some large organizations and asked his employees to make friends with the people from the various departments of these organizations. He put all his points into the charm attribute and made good connections. He had been investing money to form an intelligence network, and he would occasionally get insider information from these people. Of course, with his personal assets, he would not be able to set up such a huge business. He had sponsors behind him. The biggest sponsor was Black Star himself. Pork Bun thought that Han Xiao's favorability toward him was high enough, which was why he got the funding. He had been very pleased with himself. This insider information was the biggest news he had ever received. Although he did not know the reason, just the fact that Black Star broke through to the beyond Grade A realm and that Gord's disappearance was related to Black Star was enough for him to make an interesting video. Even if it was just groundless speculation, it was enough to attract people's attention. Pork Bun made a prompt decision and slammed the table. Send the material over quickly. The video must be released in 3 days. You guys have to work hard too. I'm going to be famous again. Chapter 14:17. The underworld rearranged the seats. Evan stayed behind to receive Esgod's teachings for the time being, while Han Xiao returned to the training base to enter seclusion. He used the new level of power to update the various types of machinery under his banner and study some profound blueprints. The dynasty was tricked, but they did not do anything. They held in their anger and remained silent. Gord's whereabouts were also sealed. Han Xiao did not know what the dynasty would do with Gord in the future. Perhaps they were thinking of a way to recover his abilities. In any case, it was impossible for this guy to appear in the outside world in the short term. The storm caused by his advancement to the transcendent grade slowly subsided. After the initial shock, the 3 universal civilizations also accepted reality and returned to normal. A few days later, in the Black Star Core private machinery factory, Han Xiao stood in front of an experiment table and stared at a floating hourglass-shaped device. Dense mechanical force was emitted from his body, connecting the device like a chain. The space at both ends of the device vibrated faintly. So this is the principle of psionic waves. TSK, the lethality of this technology is not simple. It's indeed black technology. If combined with a universal treasure-level launcher, it will be a large-scale strategic slaughter weapon. I've picked up a treasure this time. Excitement flashed across Han Xiao's eyes. After these days of research, he finally understood the psionic wave technology. In his eyes, this thing was an absolute weapon for group battles. First of all, it would absorb external energy and automatically increase its attack range. With some time, it would even be able to cover the galactic battlefield. However, it was more controllable and would not spread endlessly. Secondly, it was as difficult to block and clean up as the primordial psionic energy. In fact, because the psionic wave's explosive form was a shockwave and not a solid energy cluster like the primordial psionic energy, the speed at which it spread was much faster and harder to block. Furthermore, it could ignore matter to a large extent, and its penetrative power was astonishing. Thirdly, it could destroy different forms of energy. When any form of energy could activate the launcher, the form of energy input was the type of energy targeted by the psionic wave, and it could be mixed. If dark energy was input, the psionic wave would feed on dark energy and destroy the shields, physical devices, and energy cores made or maintained by dark energy. At the same time, it would not affect other forms of energy. Back then, the psionic wave destroyed all the electrical appliances of the Arthur civilization because the experimenters had input electricity. In addition, no matter what kind of energy the psionic wave targeted, it was extremely lethal. Life forms that were not strong enough were swept by the psionic wave and turned into ashes. The entire Arthur civilization was wiped out. The fleets of advanced civilizations are basically powered by dark energy and psionic energy. If we specifically attack these 2 types of energy, no matter how large the fleet is, it will be paralyzed. The number of troops will be meaningless in front of this technology, and it can be used as the main battle weapon. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. The power of the psionic wave technology was too strong. It was like an enhanced version of the universal EMP. He did not intend to let others use it. Otherwise, it would only threaten him in turn. Mechanics possessed many powerful weapons, but most of them were technologies from advanced civilizations. Thus, most mechanics seemed to lack a representative killing method, but the psionic wave technology could be used as a trump card. If this thing was installed on the Emperor Skysplitter blade, Han Xiao believed that even if he did not summon a mechanical army, he would still be able to fight the enemy's fleet head-on a galactic battlefield of 1 billion people. With a single slash, 1,000,000 battleships were crippled. How terrifying was that? Han Xiao could not help but imagine this unparalleled scene, and he was in a good mood. Tertius was really a good person. Not only did he provide the Beyondus vestige to help him advance, but he also indirectly gave him such a powerful black technology weapon. What kind of generous dedication was this? It was simply touching. After being happy for a while, Han Xiao waved his hand, and the psionic wave launcher floating in front of him disappeared. This was not a physical object, but a temporary product transformed using virtual creation, pseudo. During this period of time, he had discovered a new use of this move for research. Originally, Han Xiao only had an incomplete prototype of the psionic wave launcher that he had dug out from the Arthur civilization, so it was very difficult for him to reverse engineer the principles of the technology. However, after dismantling the prototype and figuring out the rough structure and materials used, he used virtual creation, pseudo, to create a temporary product and then reverse engineer the technology on the intact temporary product. This way, the efficiency was thousands of times higher than researching the prototype. It was through this move that he was able to deduce and perfect the principles step by step. Only then did he understand all the tricks in an extremely short period of time and reverse engineer the complete technology. Although this technology is powerful, it still needs to be debugged. It's not suitable for use in actual combat at the moment. Han Xiao went through the information in his mind and nodded. Although the mechanism of the psionic wave was black technology, it still depended on the power and strength. Just because it was difficult to block did not mean that it was unsolvable. After all, it was not an unreasonable space wonder, and it could still be resolved and restrained. For example, even if the dark energy controlled by Clotty was targeted, its control and strength would at most be weakened. It would not be directly disintegrated by the psionic wave. Therefore, in Han Xiao's opinion, there was still room for improvement in the various parameters of this technology. He planned to strengthen it to the extreme and only use this trump card when the time was right. Han Xiao exhaled. With a move of his finger, the experiment table floated away and returned to its original position. He raised his hand and waved. The refrigerator in the corner opened, and a bottle of iced drink flew into his hand. He took a big gulp and relaxed slightly. He opened the forum and prepared to refresh his mood. Now that the battle at the front line was fierce, 80% of the posts on the forum were battle reports. Han Xiao quickly browsed through the posts and suddenly noticed a popular post that was quickly pinned to the top. It was Pork Bun's new video. He went in to take a look and saw that the post was refreshing at a rate of a few hundred posts per second. Han Xiao opened the video and found that the duration of this video was a little short. A large number of comments quickly floated past. First, "It's here, bro. That's it. It's too short. May I ask if this video can be released? I just cut off the *T clip and the video ended." Trash Pork Bun, another video. "Why don't you come out dressed as a woman and apologize? To be honest, Pork Bun dressed as a woman is really good. It makes me feel like I'm in love at dusk. Brother I've already vomited. My stomach feels much better." Han Xiao glanced at the bullet screen and felt much happier. Only then did he perk up and watch the content of the video. Pork Bun dazzled the eyes and said 2 pieces of news in a skillful video language. The first was that Black Star seemed to have broken through the limit of beyond grade A and secretly entered a higher grade. The second was that Black Star seemed to have kidnapped a direct member of the dynasty with unknown motives. These 2 pieces of news were very sensational, and Bun Hitdog did not waste any material. He added a lot of groundless rumors, making it look like a video of approaching science. There was even a short interview with the dynasty officer who was the source of the information in the video. He even considerately pixelated the other party's face, making it look like a real video. The video was not long, and it ended very quickly. Han Xiao scrolled down and found that many players were surprised by this, mainly focusing on his strength improvement. The army commander has already broken through the limit of beyond grade A? Why is there no news of this outside? Could it have been kept a secret? Is there any warrior who can go and find Blackstar to confirm the rumors? We will pay our respects to you in the first 7 days. I feel like it's real. The army commander only took 20 to 30 years to become a Beyond Grade A, and now he has stayed at this grade for 70 to 80 years. It should be normal for him to break through another grade. Previous poster, it's obvious that you haven't studied the history of the evolution of supers in the galaxy. Beyond Grade A and above Beyond Grade A are not the same concept. This is the first example. If it's true, it will make history. Speaking of which, the version this time is called the Blackstar era, which is actually referring to this. I definitely won't be wrong this time, although the players were also shocked. Blackstar had created too many miracles after all. The players' resistance to this was already very high. Their reaction was not his so awesome but his still so awesome. Han Xiao did not care too much about the players' reactions. He was just a little surprised that Pork Bun was able to obtain such news. The dynasty had blocked the news, and many large intelligence organizations did not know anything about it. It could only be said that the players were indeed omnipresent. Thankfully, this news is only circulating among the players, and there is no absolute evidence. It's all just speculation, and the impact is limited. Han Xiao shook his head. He did not want too many people to know about his advancement for the time being, but he did not plan to seal it or disguise it. If the players knew, so be it. After browsing the forums for a while and looking at the praises of the army players, Han Xiao closed the interface with a smile and prepared to continue studying the technology. This time, Philip suddenly appeared. Master, Rizda wants to see you, Han Xiao then remembered that he still had this person under him. Oh, let him come over. After a while, a humanoid light appeared in the room, and Rizda bowed to Han Xiao. Your Excellency Blackstar. It's been a while since we last met. As you know, I've been quite busy recently. How are the compatriots I saved the last time? Han Xiao asked. Thank you for your care. My compatriots have already reproduced many new people, and the AI civilization has also been rebuilt. They have been recuperating for decades. That's good. Why are you looking for me this time? Your Excellency Blackstar, although our civilization has been rebuilt, most of our compatriots are still controlled by the Mecha Empire and are in deep trouble. You have a respected position now, so I would like to ask for your help again. Hearing this, Han Xiao raised his brows and remembered this mission that had been waiting for many years. The requirement was to liberate the AI civilization members under Manison, and it had not been completed yet. This matter. All right, it's time to resolve it. Han Xiao thought about it and agreed. He felt a little bad for making Rizda wait for so many years. Rizda's compatriots had been transformed into indestructible mechanical troops, and they were old Manison's trump card. In the past, it was not easy for him to deal with this problem, but now that he had advanced to the transcendent grade, there was a way to solve it. In front of Rizda, Han Xiao took out his communicator and called Manison. After a while, the call went through, and Manison's figure appeared on the virtual screen. What's the matter? Damn, this B***starred can't even be bothered to greet me now. The corners of Han Xiao's mouth twitched. I want to make a deal with you. Speak. Why is this cold attitude back? Are you a transcendent now, or am I a transcendent? Han Xiao cursed inwardly and could not be bothered to argue. He slowly said, I want to exchange for the artificial intelligence civilization you captured. You want me to release the indestructible mechanical troops? Manison narrowed his eyes. If someone else had made this request, he would not have bothered, but Han Xiao was different. Manison thought for a moment and did not reject immediately. He nodded and said, then, give me the method to advance to the transcendent grade in exchange. Are you still asleep? There's no harm in trying. Manison's tone was calm. Then, what are you going to give me in exchange? This is my painstaking work. Don't count on the complete advancement method, but I can tell you one of the conditions for the advancement. Also, I'll give you another group of artificial intelligence lives and let you transform them into the indestructible Mecha Empire. Okay, deal. Also, you have to help me pay for the cost of rebuilding the indestructible Mecha Empire. Man Ison nodded. Are you very poor recently? Han Xiao curled his lips. I'm not as rich as you. I'm just an ordinary peak beyond grade A mechanic. How can I compare to the first transcendent grade mechanic in history? Manison's lips curled up slightly. Han Xiao, oh my god, old Man Ison has learned to be sarcastic. My youth. Oh, it's long over. After finalizing the details of the agreement, Han Xiao put away the communicator and looked at Rizda. He has already agreed. When I go to the mechanical race, I'll be able to bring your compatriots back. Our entire race will always remember your kindness. Rizda was extremely grateful. He sighed that his investment back then was too correct. He had only taken one more look at you in the crowd, and he had accurately hugged the thickest thigh in the Galactic Society. The problem that had troubled him for many years was solved with just a few words. Rizda felt that waiting for Blackstar to grow up all these years was indeed the right decision. It was not a waste of effort. An hour later, in the mechanical race's territory, Han Xiao had left a throne in a nearby base, so he quickly teleported over and flew to the mechanical race's territory. Old Manison's Lord's avatar was already waiting on the landing platform. I'm here. Where are your indestructible mechanical troops? Han Xiao looked around but did not see his target. Man Ison shook his head. Give me what I want first. He still remembered that the last time they fought, Blackstar had awakened a large number of artificial intelligence lives with a virtual purification, causing him to fail miserably. Therefore, he did not dare call out the mechanical troops at this time, afraid that Blackstar would directly snatch the target away and void the deal. He did not have the ability to find trouble with the other party now, so he could only suffer. Han Xiao thought about it and knew Manison's concerns. He could not help but laugh. Why are you so guarded against me? With our relationship, would I cheat you? Man Ison almost said that he had cheated him a lot, but after thinking about it, he did not dare to say anything. TSK, alright, I'll give it to you first. Han Xiao did not mind. After all, Man Ison did not dare to go back on his word. Let me see the artificial intelligence life you prepared for me to replace the indestructible mechanical troops first. Man Ison was still worried. Han Xiao rolled his eyes. Alright, summon some mechanical lives. What for? Heh. Do you think I'll kidnap an artificial intelligence civilization and give it to you? Of course, you'll provide the raw materials, and I'll conjure them for you. This time, I'll show you the methods of a transcendent. Treat it as a benefit for you. Manison's eyes flickered. He opened the secondary dimensional army box and pulled out a large number of mechanical lives. These were all the people of the mechanical civilization he had created. Seeing this, Han Xiao raised his hand, and mechanical force flashed. Lightning instantly swept across all the mechanical lives present. The next moment, the bodies of all the mechanical lives changed at the same time, gradually becoming transparent and illusory. Manison's expression changed. He could clearly sense that the mechanical lives were undergoing a miraculous change. They were gradually transforming from mechanical bodies to artificial intelligence lives. What kind of power is that? Man Ison was shocked. Although he could do something similar, it was to extract the intelligence of a mechanical life and perform a series of complicated operations. It was what a normal mechanic would do. However, Blackstar had directly changed the mechanical life in its physical state, and its mechanical body directly turned into intelligent data. Only a mechanic would know how unbelievable this was. It was almost a miracle in his eyes. Don't look so shocked. I can directly change living beings into virtual artificial intelligence lives. They are my bargaining chips. Han Xiao smiled. Is this the method of a transcendent? Man Ison muttered to himself, his heart burning. His desire for the transcendent grade became even more intense, and he asked impatiently, tell me, what is one of the conditions for advancement? Hearing this, Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he smiled. Then remember, one of the conditions for advancing to the transcendent grade is to use the ethereal national treasure. Manison's eyes flashed. At this moment, 17 to 18 plans against the arcane church flashed through his mind. He almost wanted to return to his old job and be the one cooking tea behind the scenes. Chapter 14:18. Seeing that Manison was deep in thought, Han Xiaoshan secretly smiled. He was not lying. He had indeed used the ethereal national treasure to advance, and it was effective. However, he did not reveal the specific conditions of the stabilizer. As for what Manison would do after he set his eyes on the ethereal national treasure, Han Xiao did not care. After all, he had not found out what could replace the role of the ethereal national treasure, so the ethereal national treasure was indeed the only choice now. He was definitely not deliberately fanning the flames. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Han Xiao's mind. He shrugged and interrupted Manison's thoughts. I can also give you a piece of advice. This is only one of the conditions. Don't try to advance if you don't have absolute confidence. Manison came back to his senses and nodded absent-mindedly. Han Xiao did not say much and changed the topic. All right, I've told you the conditions. It's time for you to fulfill the deal. Hearing this, Manison calmed down and finally summoned the entire artificial intelligence civilization. He quickly removed the bindings between the indestructible mechanical troops and the host computer. Just as he was about to change the underlying logic chain, he suddenly remembered that Han Xiao had virtual purification, so he did not do anything. He nodded and said, "The entire race is here. You can change them back yourself. I won't waste my energy. You're lazier than before." Han Xiao shook his head and raised his hand to cast virtual purification. The halo spread out and quickly swept through the orderly formation of indestructible mechanical troops. The next moment, this group of artificial intelligence lifeforms immediately broke free from the state of being controlled and quickly regained their original consciousness. They were at a loss and became restless. Han Xiao did not say much to them. His body suddenly emitted a suction force as though a black hole had suddenly opened up. The godly fortress directly took away all the targets, and he planned to explain to Rizda when he returned. After sucking in the entire AI civilization, Han Xiao silently counted the names. Suddenly, he paused and said, "One is missing. You have to return Finette to me too." "I forgot." Manison remembered and summoned Finette. This was the ancestor of the AI civilization. He had not been transformed into an indestructible mechanical troop and had always been his smart assistant. Han Xiao pointed with his finger, and the flickering lightning entered Finette's body. Finette trembled, and his distorted logic quickly returned to normal. "I've recovered." Finette was stunned for a moment before he sorted out his chaotic memories and understood what was happening. He was immediately moved, and according to the records in the database, he bowed solemnly to Han Xiao. "Your Excellency Blackstar, thank you for your help." On behalf of the entire race, I thank you for your help. If you want to thank someone, you should thank Rizda. Because of this matter, he has been pestering me for close to 100 years. Han Xiao waved his hand, not taking it to heart. "Yes, we do need to thank him properly." Finette sighed. Then, he glared at Manison and said angrily, "Mecha Empire, you captured my race, changed my thoughts, and used me as a tool for so many years. I'll get back at you sooner or later." Back then, when the AI civilization was invaded by Manison, he stood up and led his people to resist. He suffered a crushing defeat and was almost wiped out by Manison. The virtual purification would not delete his memories of the past few years. If not for the fact that he could not beat Manison, he would have killed his former master on the spot. Manison glanced at him and didn't respond to him. Han Xiao did not mind. Without his help, this ancestor of the AI civilization basically had no chance of taking revenge on Manison. He casually said, "At least you're free now. Come with me, I'll bring you back." Hearing this, Finette no longer bared his teeth at Manison. He accepted Han Xiao's mechanical force and turned into a stream of light that attached to his spaceship. "All right, happy transaction. The funds for rebuilding the indestructible mechanical troops will be transferred to you later. I'll be leaving first. You can continue staying at home." Han Xiao waved at Manison and boarded the spaceship. Turning around, he saw Manison standing at the dock and watching his figure go further and further away until it disappeared. Ding! This time, there was a sudden movement on the interface. Han Xiao opened it and saw that it was the notification of the completion of the reboot mission. Tens of billions of experience, 2 awakening points, and a milestone, friend of artificial intelligence. The introduction was that his virtual technology had improved to a certain extent, and it was easier to gain the favor of artificial intelligence life. The effect was basically an enhanced version of artificial intelligence affinity. The more talents the better, so Han Xiao naturally accepted them. This reboot mission that had accumulated dust on the list for many years also ended with the liberation of the AI civilization and disappeared. Another mission cleared. Nice. Han Xiao raised his brows. Although he did not have obsessive-compulsive disorder, he still felt satisfied seeing the mission list getting cleaner and cleaner. After using the king to teleport back to his base, Han Xiao released Finette and the other artificial intelligence lifeforms to reunite with the other group led by Rizda. After some explanation, the artificial intelligence lifeforms thanked Han Xiao profusely. Rizda and Finette both expressed that if Han Xiao had any orders in the future, they would not hesitate. Han Xiao's interface also had an additional faction relationship with the AI civilization, and it directly rose to reverence. However, now that he had the divine skill, life transformation virtual, the AI civilization was not of much use to him. He did not need these artificial intelligence lifeforms to work for him. Watching the artificial intelligence lifeforms leave happily, Han Xiao stopped smiling and stroked his chin thoughtfully. With my current strength and status, some things are convenient for me to do. Perhaps I have a chance to complete that End of Darkness mission. End of Darkness was the most difficult mission he had ever encountered. The EXP reward was worth 1 trillion, and the requirement was to end the human trafficking phenomenon in the Galactic Society. Under normal circumstances, such a requirement would be impossible to complete. However, the galactic structure had been severely impacted, and it was currently in a tense period. It was in a wartime state, and freedom was restricted. Most of the galactic residents had gathered to seek refuge, and the circulation had plummeted by more than 90%. The black market trade had almost stopped, and it was a suitable stage for a reshuffle. The human trafficking trade was difficult to deal with mainly because of its dispersion and secrecy. In this period of centralization, these two difficulties were greatly reduced. Due to the reduced demand and the increased difficulty of collecting goods, most human traffickers had no choice but to stop their business. At this time, it was undoubtedly twice the result with half the effort. Han Xiao calculated that with his current status, he could leverage hundreds of millions of times more resources than himself. If he shouted the slogan of ending the human trafficking trade, basically all the civilizations would respond, and the 3 universal civilizations would not object. After all, it was not a bad thing to improve public security before the war. In fact, he knew that the 3 universal civilizations had always had the idea of cracking down on the human trafficking trade, but they had never done so. Most of the social ills were like this. Only when someone like him spoke up would they be taken seriously and dealt with. Otherwise, as long as the problem did not affect some core aspects, the priority would be delayed. Without the instructions of the higher-ups, the management department was rarely willing to take the initiative to add trouble. This kind of thing was difficult to avoid even in the galactic era, and it was even more so for a troublesome matter like the human trafficking trade. However, even if they stopped the human trafficking trade now, it would only last for a while. When the galactic structure stabilized, this business would revive, and it would be difficult to stop it forever. However, that was in the future. As long as there was a period of time when the entire galactic society did not have human trafficking, Han Xiao felt that the mission would be completed. Whether it rebounded in the future or not, it would not affect a mission that had already been completed. Anyway, other than harassing the World Tree troops at the front line, the other organizations have nothing to do. I might as well pull them out to maintain law and order. Han Xiao secretly recorded this matter in his plan and decided to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to complete this mission in one fell swoop. After all, he did not have to supervise it personally, and it would not reduce his research time. After solving the historical problem of the AI civilization, he focused his energy on the upgrading of his machinery. Soon, more than half a month passed. On this day, in the arcane church, in the Temple of 10,000 Gods, a large number of fleets protected the area where the Temple of 10,000 Gods was located. Above the Temple of 10,000 Gods, Warno's figure floated in space. Beside him were four direct beyond grade as with hesitant expressions. Gods chosen, are you sure this can help you advance to the transcendent grade? A direct descendant could not help but ask. Warnos glanced at him and said calmly, I'm not nervous. Why are you nervous? The arcane church had been preparing for almost a month. They had found all the helpers and planned to help Warnos advance today. Warnos had also been adjusting his condition during this period. His stamina, spirit, and will had all reached their peak. In his opinion, the success rate of this promotion was at least 70%. Gods chosen, are you ready? The ethereal Pope's voice came from the communicator. His super pillar was trying to break through to a higher level. This was something worth paying attention to. The ethereal Pope had arranged his schedule a month in advance and specially cleared some schedule in these few days to witness Warno's promotion with his own eyes. Whether or not he could compete with Black Star in terms of individual strength in the future would depend on this. I can advance at any time. Have you set up the surroundings? Warnos replied calmly, his tone filled with confidence that had been settled for many years. All the aura-concealing devices have been activated. We'll try our best not to let the outside world sense the surge of cosmic energy. You can begin. I wish you success in advance. The ethereal Pope nodded and secretly wiped his sweat. He felt that he was even more nervous than the person involved. Hearing this, Warnos exhaled and suddenly activated his energy, charging towards the threshold that had blocked him for many years. Boom! The next moment, a shocking energy storm erupted with him as the center. An extremely dazzling white light shot out from his body as if it had stolen all the colors in the world. It's here. The ethereal Pope widened his eyes in anticipation. Chapter 14:19. The four direct descendants looked at each other and followed Warno's instructions. They raised their hands and released their energy, fusing it into his body. The situation in the field was like adding oil to the fire. The intensity of the energy storm soared and became more and more violent. Warnos, who was in the center, could no longer be seen, leaving only a dazzling light. The aura belonging to Warnos rose steadily, and the four of them could not help but feel their hearts tremble. It seems like it really works. As expected of the publicly acknowledged number one expert. Although Black Star was one step ahead, he can still follow closely behind. The four direct descendants communicated telepathically, surprised and delighted. On the other side, the ethereal Pope and the other upper echelons, who were paying attention to this place, felt their hearts in their throats. They felt as nervous as their children going to the examination hall. Their eyes were fixed on the scene of the promotion, not willing to miss a second. They had all heard from Warnos that this promotion was risky, so many of the ethereal upper echelons were sweating. Other than anticipation, they were also worried. Warno's existence allowed the arcane church to suppress the other two in terms of individual strength. It was very important. If this pillar was sacrificed because of this, it would be a heavy loss. The fleet's sensor radar buzzed non-stop, and the energy detector value rose steadily. This process lasted for a long time. Under everyone's gaze, the energy storm finally began to shrink slowly and was sucked back into his body. Warno's aura rose to its peak and slowly stabilized. Is he going to succeed? Seeing this, the ethereal upper echelons were overjoyed. They watched this scene with hope in their hearts. Looks like the first transcendent direct descendant is about to appear. The ethereal Pope was overjoyed and heaved a sigh of relief. However, just as he thought that the promotion was about to be completed, the shrinking energy storm suddenly stopped. The next moment, with Warnos as the center, a violent energy exploded, and the energy storm that was sucked into his body swept out at an even faster speed. The dazzling light turned everyone's vision into a vast expanse of white. The loud sound seemed to shake everyone's heart. Boom! The shields of the surrounding fleet were stimulated, and they did not resist for long before they were filled with cracks. The four direct beyond grade as closest to the center of the explosion were even more caught off guard and were sent flying by the violent energy shockwave. They were like shrapnel from a bomb explosion, rolling far away in the universe. What's going on? Why did it suddenly explode? The ethereal Pope was a remote projection and was not affected, but he was shocked and instantly became nervous. Could it be that Warnos failed his advancement and was unfortunately sacrificed and blown to pieces? The ethereal Pope immediately ordered the four direct descendants and the surrounding fleets to prepare to save him at any time. Fortunately, there was only one wave of energy explosion, and it did not cause any continuous damage to the surrounding fleet. When the energy finished pouring out, the strong light in the center slowly faded, finally revealing Warno's figure. He floated in midair, and golden blood droplets continued to seep out of every pore. When they landed in the universe, they quickly condensed and turned into golden crystals. They were crystal clear like snowflakes. The energy reading of the radar dropped rapidly, and Warno's aura was weak. He looked like he was heavily injured and was about to collapse. The surrounding spaceships quickly surrounded him to help, but Warnos waved his hand, indicating that there was no need. He pointed at the temple of 10,000 gods in the distance and grabbed the divinity of a statue through the air. He summoned the incarnation of a god in a beautiful dress and separated it from his body. The original form of this god incarnation was obviously a woman, but it had his face. Although his facial features were gentler, he still looked like a man in female clothes. It was quite eye-catching. As soon as the god incarnation appeared, it splashed out light that filled the sky and merged into Warno's body. His injuries were quickly suppressed and did not continue to worsen. Although his aura was still weak, it slowly stabilized. Clearly, this god's original form was a god in charge of healing in a certain religious sect. At this moment, the ethereal Pope connected to Warnos again and asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" "It's just that a lot of my life force has been exhausted. I won't die yet." Warnos spat out a mouthful of golden blood and coughed weakly. "You failed your promotion?" The ethereal Pope's tone was hesitant. "Yes." Warnos nodded weakly. "Didn't you say there was a 70% success rate?" "Why?" Before the ethereal Pope could finish asking, Warnos interrupted him. "I did it on purpose. I could have successfully advanced, but I stopped it at the last minute." "What?" This answer was out of the Pope's expectations, and he was shocked. He thought that he had failed because he encountered an obstacle in his promotion, but he did not expect that Warnos had done it on purpose. No wonder he looked so seriously injured. Originally, the cells had already successfully sublimated, but he had forcefully interrupted the transformation and forced the genes to return to their original state. It was like going back on your word halfway through a sex change surgery. It would definitely not be beneficial, and it would greatly exhaust your life force. Your cells would also suffer great damage. What do you mean by this? The ethereal Pope was extremely surprised. He knew that Warnos would not do such a thing for no reason. When I was advancing, I realized that something was wrong. My life force did not undergo a large transformation. It was too different from the situation when Blackstar advanced. There must be something wrong with my operation, Warnos said with a deep voice. "So you're saying that this promotion method is wrong?" The ethereal Pope frowned. "That's right. It seems like the method to advance to the transcendent grade is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Blackstar must have hidden some important conditions." Although Warnos was severely injured by the backlash, his eyes were still sharp. At first, he was very happy that his promotion went smoothly, but the closer he got to the end, the more he felt that something was wrong. Although this promotion could indeed make him stronger, the increase in his strength was far from his expectations of the transcendent grade, which made him suspicious. He had a vague feeling that he would not be able to step into the transcendent grade with this promotion. If he completed the promotion, He would have to reach a new limit the next time he wanted to advance. His potential was almost at its end, and he did not know how long it would take for him to obtain a new promotion opportunity. He might not even have a chance again. This way, his dream of becoming a transcendent would probably turn into a bubble, and he would never be able to step foot into it. After a long struggle, Warnos finally made up his mind. When he was more than halfway through his promotion, he decided to cut his losses. He would rather risk his life and suffer the backlash to stop this promotion. Generally speaking, the promotion process of a super was irreversible, but at Warno's level, he could already perfectly control everything about himself. It was possible to interrupt the promotion and reverse the transformation. Of course, if a normal person did this, it might cause the collapse of the genetic level. However, the stable characteristic of the ethereal national treasure was one of the reasons why Warnos dared to take the risk. Even if there was damage, it could be greatly reduced. In that case, although he was heavily injured, he only needed to recuperate for a period of time to recover. This precious opportunity to advance would not be wasted. Just like how he had failed to break through to a higher level, this was not the first time he had experienced such a situation. If Han Xiao was here, he would immediately understand the meaning behind Warno's actions. If Warno succeeded in his ordinary promotion, with his level, it would undoubtedly be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for him to reach the next promotion threshold by another 20 levels. If he took the initiative to fail the promotion, the opportunity would not be wasted. According to the promotion rules of this level, if he wanted to advance, he only needed to complete a new promotion mission. However, those without an interface should not have a hard requirement for the promotion mission. Perhaps he only needed to train for a period of time to return to his peak state. However, this method was very dangerous. If he was not careful and encountered a malignant mutation, he could only benefit the future generations. However, a simple failure of the promotion itself was not fatal. The malignant mutation during the promotion was fatal. The chances of the two were independent. Most beyond grade as were people with great luck, and Warno's was one of the best. With his deep accumulation and good luck, he did not encounter a malignant mutation this time and was not killed by his own actions. This time, another upper echelon could not help but say angrily, Black Star knew that there was something fishy about this and deliberately hid it. He might have been waiting to see you fail your promotion and use this to trick us. He might have tried to indirectly kill an important member of the 3 universal civilizations so that we won't be able to threaten him. Warnos shook his head. It's not his fault. I was too anxious. This time, it was quite dangerous, and he was still a little afraid. He could not help but think of Black Star's brief advice after his promotion. Unfortunately, he did not take it to heart. He knew that he could not blame anyone else. For Warnos to be able to reach where he was today, he still had this bit of courage. He would not vent his anger on Han Xiao. On the other side, the ethereal Pope was silent for a while before sighing. In that case, we still can't break through to the transcendent grade. For the time being, only Black Star has such power in the universe. This isn't a good thing. Should we ask Black Star about the way to advance to the transcendent grade? Forget it. Put yourself in his shoes. He either doesn't say anything or lies. If we go over to get information, not only will we lose some benefits to him, we'll also be played by him again. Warnos waved his hand. That's true. Forget it, as long as you're alive. We'll take our time in the future. The ethereal Pope had a helpless expression. He had high hopes for Warnos, but now that his hopes had been dashed, he was naturally disappointed. However, it was not suitable for him to show it in front of Warnos, who had escaped death. This way, they would be back on the same starting line as the other 2 universal civilizations, and their intelligence advantage would be gone. Sigh, the ethereal Pope sighed and did not say anything else. He only instructed Warnos to rest well before deactivating the remote projection. He had originally wanted to celebrate the birth of the transcendent grade direct descendant of Ethereal, but since it had ended in failure, he had no interest in staying here. He still had to go back and take care of his wife. The guard fleet dispersed, and the 4 direct descendants also left. This area was free from military martial law and returned to peace. Warnos returned to the Temple of 10,000 Gods alone to lick his wounds. He recalled the process of Han Xiao's advancement over and over again in his mind. He muttered to himself, "What exactly am I missing?" A few days later, in the 3 Universal Civilizations leaders' office. The details are like this. I'm prepared to invite the representatives of the various civilizations, including the 3 Universal Civilizations, as well as the various famous organizations, to hold a meeting on the security of the Galactic Society. The specific purpose is to discuss the prohibition of human trade. In the room, Han Xiao's remote projection spoke. He had taken the time today to come and talk to the leaders of the 3 Universal Civilizations, preparing to complete the end of darkness. The attitude of the 3 Universal Civilizations was very important. That's a good thing. We agree in principle. Louis nodded. However, the external enemy hasn't been dealt with yet. Isn't it too early to worry about this problem? It'll be too late when the war is over. There's no harm in regulating the security before the war. Anyway, many troops are on standby now. It's good to pull them out to do something, Han Xiao said casually. Louis pondered for a few seconds and turned to look at the other 2. What do you think? I have no objections. Me too. Ma Bruce and the Void Spirit Society's capital nodded and exchanged glances. They were rather curious as to why Black Star wanted to do such an unimportant thing at this time. After analyzing it, they all felt that this was most likely Black Star's act of wanting to earn public praise. If he succeeded, his reputation would definitely increase greatly. It was not that the 3 of them could not accept it. At the very least, Black Star had this request, which meant that he was quite confident in this war. Furthermore, with many factors, it was not easy for them to stop Black Star from increasing his reputation. In that case, I'll send a unified invitation to all the major organizations in the name of the association and the 3 Universal Civilizations. Han Xiao nodded. This matter required the cooperation of many organizations. He was prepared to hold a meeting and invite the organizations of all the star fields in the universe to participate. After completing the goal of this trip, Han Xiaoshan was much happier. He turned to look at the ethereal Pope and suddenly thought of something. By the way, has Warnos tried to advance? The corner of the ethereal Pope's eyes twitched. Why do you care about this? From the looks of it, you should have tried. Han Xiao raised his brows and said playfully, he failed, right? Is he still there? The ethereal Pope's mood immediately turned sour. He felt that this was a mockery and did not want to speak. Looks like he's not dead. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so quiet. However, I've advised Warnos not to be in a hurry to advance. It's his problem that he didn't listen, not mine. Han Xiao did not mind and said with a teasing tone. He's still alive. He just took the initiative to stop his promotion and suffered some backlash. He'll be fine after recovering for a while. The ethereal Pope's face darkened. There was no need to keep this a secret. With Han Xiao's intelligence network, it would not take long for him to find out about this. Warnos might even tell him himself. Seeing this, Han Xiao's eyes flashed. If Warnos had undergone an ordinary promotion, he would not have the qualifications to break through to the transcendent grade for a long time. However, if he had only failed his promotion and did not die, there was still a chance. In fact, whether it was the former or the latter, he did not care. If it was the former, Warnos would no longer be able to threaten him. If it was the latter, it meant that Warnos still had a chance to become a transcendence vestige. In any case, he would not lose out and monopolize the promotion method. However, he actually took the initiative to stop his promotion. That's quite bold. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and nodded. It seemed like such a small scheme would not cause Warnos to fail so easily. No matter what, he was a big shot who had stood at the peak of individual strength for so many years. He still had some skills. He did not have any enmity with Warnos to begin with, and he had no intention of targeting him. However, he did not persuade the other party to temporarily give up on his promotion, so he did not care about this outcome. However, Seeing that this guy was at a disadvantage because of imitating him, Han Xiao was somewhat gloating. "Heh, if you want to learn from me, you'll suffer." Chapter 1420. The Arcane Church did not deliberately block the news. The news of Warno's failure to advance quickly spread among the upper echelons. The Radiant Federation, the Red Empire, and many beyond grade as learned of this matter. Their reactions were different. Some were surprised, some were regretful, and many were gloating. Originally, after Black Star opened the Transcendent grade, many beyond grade as also had thoughts of advancing. However, with Warno's example, many people temporarily suppressed their desires. Even Warno's, who was currently second, had failed. It was better to wait and see. Because of this, many beyond grade as also confirmed that Black Star was the only transcendent in the short term. For the time being, no one else had the ability to break through to this level, and their position was unshakable. This made them even more eager to learn about the advancement method that Black Star had not revealed. However, these things were only spread among the upper echelons. The masses of the Galactic Society knew nothing about it and were still living a tight wartime life. However, a few days later, a piece of news from the Black Star Corps quickly spread throughout the Galactic Society, causing an uproar on the internet and attracting the attention of countless galactic residents. Black Star, who had been keeping a low profile for a period of time, suddenly made a big move. In the name of the Beyond Grade A Association and the 3 Universal Civilizations, he publicly sent out invitations. His target was the various organizations in the entire universe. There were civilizations and civilian organizations. The number was shocking, covering almost all regions. Black Star expressed in the letter that he was prepared to hold a meeting and invite the representatives of the various organizations to discuss the development prospects of the explored universe and the disadvantages of the human trade. Now that Han Xiao's every move was being watched by the galactic residents and the various large organizations, this action immediately caused a heated discussion. Countless people were puzzled and guessed the deeper meaning of Black Star's actions. The enemy was approaching step by step, and the situation of the war was not optimistic. Many people did not understand why Black Star would emphasize the issue of human trade at this juncture. Wasn't the war the most important thing now? Even if one had to settle the internal affairs before dealing with foreign enemies, it did not seem to have much to do with the human trade. Furthermore, a meeting of this level almost included all the famous organizations in the universe, so it should be led by the 3 universal civilizations. Why was it Black Star this time, and the meeting location was even in the territory of the Black Star Corps? Many people could not help but think, does this mean that Black Star has the same authority as the 3 universal civilizations? Was Black Star's status already so high? Although they were doubtful, the various organizations still gave him face. The various civilizations responded publicly, expressing that they would accept the invitation to attend the conference. Countless private organizations also expressed through various channels that it was their honor to receive Black Star's invitation, treating it as an honor. All of a sudden, the Galactic Society, which had been quiet for a long time, was in turmoil. It was as if Black Star was the leader of the Galactic Alliance, and his reputation was unparalleled. With Han Xiao's current status, not many organizations that wanted to survive in the Galactic Society dared to not give him face. The power of the face fruit was already at its peak. Under the watchful eyes of the public, time passed day by day, and the day of the meeting arrived as scheduled. Outside the Black Star Palace, a large venue that had been hastily built was suspended between the fortresses like a flat top. Its silver-gray shell reflected the light of the stars. Streams of light gathered from all directions, forming light dragons. Spaceships with the emblems of different organizations sailed into the spaceport one after another, and representatives of different appearances and costumes walked down one after another. The dock platform was already packed with people. Countless reception robots were shuttling through the crowd, leading the way for the representatives of different organizations. Some organizations that were too far away used remote projections, But there were also many organizations that sent people there personally to give Blackstar face. So many people have come. The Amethyst Civilization's diplomatic group walked down from the spaceship. Ralph, who was in the lead, looked at the crowded scene in front of him, and a smile appeared on his wrinkled face. This time, a young diplomat beside him came up to him curiously and whispered, "Old leader, you've been through a lot. I heard that you used to have a good relationship with Blackstar. It's all right, but I haven't seen him in a long time. After so many years, he's doing really well. He's no longer on the same level as me." A complicated look flashed across Ralph's eyes. He waved his hands and sighed. Back during the secret war of the Crimson Tide, the Black Star Corps had accepted the invitation of the Amethyst Civilization as one of the mercenaries to fight against the invasion of the Klent Kingdom and Bloodshed Land together. At that time, he had been the commander of Section 0 of the Secret Service and had been in charge of liaising with Blackstar. They had known each other for many years. Because of this relationship, Purple Crystal had allowed Ralph to lead the team to participate in this meeting. However, decades had passed, and he was now old and about to retire. The power in his hands was about to end, but Blackstar, who had worked with him back then, had become more and more active. He had gone from a small mercenary to an existence that the Amethyst Civilization could not afford to associate with. The two different lives made him have mixed feelings. This time, a discordant voice suddenly sounded from the side. "Isn't this the representative of the Amethyst Civilization? I didn't expect to meet you here." The Amethyst Civilization's delegation turned around and saw a group of people getting off the spaceship. It was the Klent Kingdom's delegation. The two parties were still not on good terms after the end of the Secret War, and there were many grudges between them. Now that the delegations from both parties met, they looked at each other coldly as if they did not like each other. "Humph, so it's the Klent emissary." Ralph glanced at him and said calmly, "It's been decades, and you guys are still the same. You hate Blackstar, but you don't dare to reject his invitation. I advise you to keep a low profile and be a good kid in Blackstar's territory. Don't cause trouble." The Klent emissary's veins bulged. He was about to retort when he saw the Blackstar Corps reception robot flying over. He quickly shut his mouth and only dared to glare at Ralph. Ralph had been in a high position for many years and had interacted with Klent countless times. He did not take a young emissary seriously at all. He turned around and looked at the different delegations. Compared to the civilization's delegations, the number of delegations from the private organizations was thousands of times greater. Most of them were representatives from the private organizations. Many of them looked very cautious. Clearly, it was their first time participating in an event of this scale, so they pretended to be calm and did not want to show their fear. One invitation and almost all the organizations in the universe are here. Blackstar's position is really unparalleled. What does it mean to command the universe? This is what it means to command the universe. Ralph sighed and followed the reception robot into the venue with his subordinates. At this moment, the venue was already filled with countless representatives. They were whispering to each other and had all kinds of strange appearances. It was like an intergalactic species expo. The media was not absent either. They were adjusting their equipment and preparing to broadcast the event. The Beyond Grade As, who were rarely seen, were all sitting in rows at the front, receiving the attention of the delegations. The emissaries of the various advanced civilizations and important private organizations were also waiting in the core area. Almost all the organizations with a name had arrived. It was an unprecedented occasion. After waiting for a while, all the representatives of the organizations were seated. There were no empty seats, and no one had yet to arrive. Only then did the door of the venue slowly close. The venue slowly quieted down. Soon, it was completely silent. This time, a figure walked out of the shadows on the stage and quickly appeared in front of everyone, attracting everyone's attention. Han Xiao came to the podium, glanced at the seats that were almost endless, smiled, and slowly said, "Thank you for accepting my invitation. On behalf of the Beyond Grade A Association and the 3 Universal Civilizations, I welcome your arrival." This meeting is held during this special period mainly to discuss the development prospects of the Galactic Society. Clap, clap, clap. Everyone clapped and pricked up their ears, curious about Blackstar's intentions. Han Xiao raised his hand, stopped smiling, and solemnly said, "Since the beginning of the Galactic Society, the Galactic Society has been developing. Since the development of the Galactic Era, our civilization has created countless brilliant results in various fields. The Galactic Society is extremely prosperous, but at the same time, it has accumulated countless drawbacks. The human trade is a problem that has existed throughout history. The obedience of others is one of the core cornerstones of power, so enslaving others is an eternal desire. Demand brings a market, and no matter how we attack it, the human trade can never be eliminated. After failing again and again, we got used to it, tolerated it, and finally convinced ourselves that this is an unsolvable problem, giving up the idea of completely solving it. However, now that the situation in the galaxy has changed, our control over the various star fields is highly condensed. This is an opportunity to clean up the roots, so I hope to get your help to solve the drawbacks of the human trade together." Hearing this, the representatives were a little stunned and looked at each other. They had thought that Blackstar had other plans for holding the meeting, and the human trade was just a reason. They did not expect Blackstar to really want to solve this problem. Everyone was confused. It seemed like the existence of the human trade did not affect Blackstar at all, right? Was there a need to use his reputation to call all of them over just for this matter? What was Blackstar planning? What benefits did this kind of thankless thing have for him? If it was just to increase his reputation, there were plenty of ways. Why did he choose this troublesome path? On the stage, Han Xiao took in everyone's puzzled expressions. He let out a sigh and said solemnly, he exhaled deeply and said, "I know that you might think that the interstellar human trade has nothing to do with me and are wondering what benefits I can gain from it. To be honest, with my status, the existence of the human trade has no right to affect my interests. It's dispensable, but why did I hold a meeting for this matter?" Everyone, although the progress of the era mainly comes from the push of a few people, the main body of the world is still the most ordinary galactic residents. Because of their existence, our universe is so prosperous, and we have the name of civilization. Over the years, the human trade has caused countless tragedies. Although it does not threaten us, we should not turn a blind eye to it. We are used to standing at the top, but no matter how high we stand, we have to lower our heads at the right time to look at the dark corners and the situation of ordinary people. The meaning of our existence is not only for ourselves but also for the mission of promoting the development of the world. We have the ability to make the Galactic Society better and create a better world. As soon as he said that, many people present trembled. They did not expect Blackstar to say such a thing. For a moment, everyone was stunned. They felt that Han Xiao on the stage seemed to be emitting the light of humanity. Some people were excited, some were impressed, some scoffed, and some were suspicious. Was Blackstar serious? Was it a noble sentiment of boundless love or a show to leave a mark in history? After a moment of silence, an emissary of the supercluster civilization suddenly asked, "The war situation is still very tense. Right now, the war situation is still very grim. Isn't it too early to mention this matter? If we can't chase away the enemy, everything will be in vain." Han Xiao only glanced at him indifferently and said calmly, "It's precisely because we are confident that we can win this war that we don't want to let go of this opportunity to eliminate the drawbacks. Everything is for the future." As soon as he said that, everyone was energized. Blackstar's tone was very calm, but it was like a reassuring pill that excited most of the people present. Now, all the organizations in the universe were worried about where the war would end. At this moment, a big shot like Blackstar had come out to express his stance. Whether it was the truth or comfort, it was a boost to morale. Especially when they thought of Blackstar's goal this time, they felt a strong sense of confidence. If not for hope for the future, why would he spend so much effort to cure the long-standing drawbacks of the Galactic Society? Wasn't this all for the sake of ruling after winning the war? All sorts of thoughts flashed through everyone's minds. Suddenly, a representative of a private organization stood up and said loudly, "Your Excellency Blackstar, you care about the common people. We admire your character and are willing to serve you." All of a sudden, the representatives of the various organizations seemed to have woken up from a dream and expressed their stance enthusiastically. The venue instantly became lively, and buzzing sounds could be heard. Although Blackstar's words were pleasant to hear, it was unrealistic to want to convince those with vested interests with just a few words. Many organizations finally agreed to cooperate because of Blackstar. The main reason for this was that Blackstar had used his reputation to gather everyone and opened up the communication barrier between them. Coupled with his sufficient appeal, the matter was settled. If not for Blackstar taking the lead and someone else saying this, they would not have taken action even if they were moved. Anyone could speak the truth. It did not matter if it was nice or not. What mattered was who said it. Many organizations were willing to help Han Xiao achieve this goal. On the one hand, it was politically correct. On the other hand, it was a grand event. There was no need to let go of this opportunity to increase their reputation. Lastly, it might be mixed with some respect for Han Xiao. This scene was also broadcasted by countless media outlets and landed in the eyes of countless galactic residents. "Oh my God, what is Blackstar doing?" Countless galactic residents were dumbfounded. Blackstar's statement completely exceeded the expectations of countless people. They did not expect Blackstar to have such a far-reaching goal. They did not know the twists and turns behind the scenes. All they saw was the surface. Seeing that Blackstar was able to pull so many organizations to work together to stop the human trade, his influence was comparable to the three universal civilizations. In the eyes of the galactic residents, Han Xiao's image instantly became even greater. Radiance radiated from his body, completely solidifying his position as the #1 person in the explored universe. Creating a better galactic society. Blackstar actually has such a spirit, well said. This world should become more beautiful. While countless people were shocked, they could not help but feel touched. They did not expect someone like Blackstar to still care about ordinary people like them. Human trafficking was like a deep nightmare, enough to wake any ordinary person up in the middle of the night with cold sweat. There were millions of races in the galaxy, and outsiders would always arouse curiosity. No one could guarantee that they would never become prey in the eyes of others. In their eyes, regardless of whether Blackstar's motives were pure or not, as long as he stood up and did something, he was worthy of being respected from the bottom of his heart. If not for Blackstar standing up for him, this would not have happened. The news was broadcasted again and again, leaving a deep impression in the hearts of more and more galactic residents. Han Xiao's reputation was also brought to an unprecedented height. The existence of a person like Blackstar might really make the world a better place. One galactic resident after another could not help but have such thoughts. Some even felt that it was not bad to let Blackstar rule the galactic society. Chapter 1421. Somewhere in the Sea of Star Spirits, a large starship was slowly sailing in the universe. In the beautifully decorated captain's cabin, Carlozo was lazily leaning against the soft and comfortable captain's chair. His legs were crossed on the table, and one of his arms was hanging diagonally on the armrest. He was holding a bottle of expensive fine wine and was swaying it due to inertia. A thick cigar was in his mouth, burning with green smoke. A virtual screen was floating in front of him, playing an entertainment program. Carlozo had rough brown skin that looked like a lizard's skin. His facial features were similar to a human's, but the distance between his eyes was rather large. His chin was protruding, similar to a beastman's. In addition, one of his eyes was blind. The dark hole was exposed just like that. It looked like a scar left behind by an energy gun, adding a fierce aura to it. He looked very rough on the outside, but he was wearing an exquisite and complicated aristocratic suit. It seemed to have been carefully ironed and did not have many wrinkles. He wore a small aristocratic round hat on his head, covering his sparse and messy yellow hair. Only a few strands of hair hung down from the gap of the hat. The contrast was strong. Most of the population trade was affiliated with the galactic black market, but it also had an independent ecology, forming a secret trade chain. As this line of work was not suitable to be exposed, any large-scale population seller rarely acted in the name of an organization. Usually, they would give themselves a code name and make friends with customers in their own names, forming a trade network with their identities in the underworld as a link. Carlozo was a big seller with a good reputation in the population black market. His nickname was Lord. He had been in the business for many years and had excellent results. His business even spanned several star clusters. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was a population trading giant in the sea of star spirits. Gulp. Carlozo took a sip of wine. Bright red wine flowed from his lips and slid down his chin. He ignored the sounds of his subordinates playing in the cabin outside. As he puffed, he increased the volume of the virtual screen and kept changing channels with his hand gestures. He scanned through one program after another in boredom. At this moment, an encrypted communication interface suddenly popped up on the virtual screen. A number labeled Buyer 178 had called. Carlozo's eyes flashed. He paused the program and answered the call. A black shadow without a specific appearance appeared on the screen and reported a string of coded numbers. Carlozo also replied with a string of numbers. After a few words, they confirmed that there was no problem with each other's identities. After matching the secret signal, buyer number 178 went straight to the point. "My lord, did you get the goods I ordered last time?" Carlozo took out a notebook and flipped through it. "Sorry, we haven't gotten the goods yet." "How long has it been?" "It's just a bunch of silvers." "You weren't this slow before." "My master is getting impatient." Buyer number 178 sounded dissatisfied. Carlozo shook his head. "The environment is different now. You know, because of that war, the entire universe has been under martial law for the past 2 to 3 years. A lot of races have gathered in the central galaxy to take refuge. Our business has dropped by 90%. It's not as easy to get goods as before. All along, the black market hidden in the depths of the galactic society had been very prosperous. However, with the outbreak of the World Tree War, this industry fell into a cold winter. Generally speaking, war should be able to promote human trade, but the war had not broken out in their territory yet. In order to prepare for war, the 3 universal civilizations had imposed high pressure on the various starfields. A large number of people had gathered to take refuge, and the mobility of the galactic residents had plummeted. This was equivalent to cutting off the supply of many human traffickers. Most of the people captured by human traffickers were ordinary galactic residents. They were usually lone galactic travelers, abducted tourists, or directly bought captives from galactic pirates. They rarely attacked passing spaceships, and it was even more impossible for them to land on a civilization's colonial planet to capture people. They did not have such armed forces. Due to the 3 universal civilizations' control, Carlozo had not opened his stock for a long time. This business was getting more and more difficult. "Although I can't get the silvers here, I still have some other goods. Do you want to take a look at the list?" Carlozo asked. Forget it. I'll find someone else." Buyer number 178 went offline. Carlozo curled his lips and did not mind. This deal had fallen through, but he did not feel regretful at all. Because of the war, Carlozo had already made up his mind to stop buying. He only wanted to clear his inventory and wash his hands of this business. As for whether or not he could leave safely, Carlozo was not worried. People who had been in business for a long time all had a set of survival rules. They paid attention to keeping their identities secret, and most of the time, they only dealt with regular customers. They also maintained good relations with some armed groups, and some powerful customers would even provide them with convenience. Therefore, they were able to survive in the underworld. As long as they kept a low profile, did not expose themselves, and did not provoke important people, then no one would care about them. They could leave after making a profit, and it was actually very safe. Carlozo turned off the communication interface and continued to change channels. He casually flipped through the programs, but his mind was not on them. He was immersed in the excitement of looking forward to the future. After this batch of inventory is cleared, I can retire. Carlozo was in a good mood. The money he had earned over the years was enough for him to live a carefree life for a few lifetimes. As long as he successfully retired, he would be able to change his appearance and enjoy his life with the wealth he had accumulated. There were too many such examples in this industry. It could be said to be the dream of every human trafficker, and it was also Carlozo's goal. Carlozo could not help but feel excited at the thought of a beautiful life waving at him after working so hard for so many years. However, at this moment, he switched to a news channel that was broadcasting the meeting held by Blackstar. Carlozo had also paid attention to the invitation letter incident not long ago and could not help but stop. Soon, his eyes widened, and his body trembled involuntarily. Intense fear gradually filled his face, and a chill penetrated his bones. Cold sweat dripped down his body. Looking at the countless large organizations on the screen responding to Han Xiao's call, Carlozo panicked. His mind went blank, and a sentence that he had once scoffed at appeared in his mind: "You have to pay for what you did." Crackle. The subordinates who were shouting and playing cards in the cabin suddenly heard the sound of things being smashed frequently from the captain's room. Just by listening to the commotion, everyone could almost imagine how hysterical they were, like trapped beasts in despair. Endless Nebula, a certain galactic free city. A luxurious villa was located in a scenic area with pleasant scenery. It was surrounded by lush forests and a clear lake. For such a special area to exist in a highly modified galactic city, it was obvious that the people who lived here were very powerful. In the spacious living room, a man in a nightgown was sitting on the sofa. A few female elven creatures were lying on the ground beside him. Their heads were lowered, and their chins were touching the ground. There were collars around their necks, and the leashes were tied to a pillar at the side like pets. In front of them was a huge virtual screen that was broadcasting a program. The man looked up at the screen as he ate his breakfast. From time to time, he would stroke the elven woman's arched back covered in purple bruises with his fingertips, as if he was simply stroking a pet. The elven woman subconsciously shrank back, but her eyes were like a pool of stagnant water without any fluctuations. She stared blankly at the virtual screen in front of her, like a walking corpse whose soul had been sucked out. At this moment, the man in the nightgown changed the channel and saw the news recording of Blackstar's meeting. After watching for a while, he sneered with a disapproving expression. This Blackstar, he's always so troublesome. If he's bored, he should go fight foreign enemies. That's his responsibility. With his identity and background, this kind of crime was a joke. He had kept many galactic species as pets, and no one dared to hold him responsible for this kind of crime. He did not expect that such a low-level security officer would dare to challenge him. Such a small figure usually did not even have the right to talk to him. "Please cooperate with our law enforcement." The captain frowned. "What's your security officer number? Do you believe that I won't strip you of your clothes tomorrow?" The man in the nightgown was so angry that he laughed. He walked forward, grabbed the captain's clothes, and lowered his head to look at the number on his nameplate. The captain pushed the man away and said in a deep voice, "If you continue to resist arrest, we will use violent means." The man in the nightgown staggered from the push. He widened his eyes in disbelief, as if he did not expect this person to dare to attack him. His expression was extremely gloomy. He picked up the communicator from the table and dialed the number of the planet's city lord. He pointed at the security captain and said angrily, "All right, just you wait. I'll see who can take me away today." Soon, the call was connected. "Yo, isn't this Your Excellency Anhuso? Why are you suddenly in the mood to look for me?" The figure of the planet lord appeared on the screen with a polite smile on his face. The man in the nightgown immediately vented his anger on the planet overlord. He sneered and said, "All right, your people have grown capable now. They dared to barge into my house and capture me. They even dared to attack me. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer today, your planet's management rights will be invalidated." "Aya, why are you so angry? What's going on?" The planet lord was surprised. "Heh, Ask your people. The man in the nightgown stuffed the communicator to the security captain and took 2 steps back, looking like he was watching a good show. The security captain was not afraid. He picked up the communicator and reported the situation just now. He also showed the few female elves. After hearing this, the planet lord said indifferently, "Oh, I see. So that's how it is. Captain of the security team, what's your name?" "Bell," the security captain replied calmly. "Is the tip reliable?" "There's both evidence and witnesses." Hearing this, the planet lord nodded and slowly said, "What are you waiting for?" "Then what are you waiting for? Capture this guy. If he resists arrest, don't bring him back. Just kill him on the spot." As soon as he finished speaking, the man in the nightgown was stunned. He thought he had heard wrongly. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't he order this group of security officers to retreat and then fire them to calm his anger? It had always been like this in the past. Why was it different today? "What do you mean?" The man in the nightgown was stunned. The planet lord shrugged. "I should have expressed it very accurately. You violated the law, so you naturally have to be arrested." "Are you crazy?" The man in the nightgown widened his eyes. "Have you forgotten who I am? I know you have a great background." The planet lord suddenly changed the topic and stopped pretending. His tone sank. "But so what? It's His Excellency Blackstar's will to not allow human trafficking. We're working for Blackstar. Who do you think you are?" "You." The man in the nightgown was stunned and trembled. It was not fear, but uncontrollable anger. Ever since he was born, no one had dared to speak to him like this. However, before he could fly into a rage, Bell suddenly pulled out his gun and pulled the trigger without a word. Bang! A laser beam flashed, and the head of the man in the nightgown exploded. Charred flesh splattered all over the ground. The headless corpse seemed to be stunned on the spot. It swayed twice before falling to the ground with a bang. The nerves that were not dead were still causing the body to twitch slightly. Seeing this, the planet lord revealed an inexplicable smile. If not for his secret instructions, the security team would not have dared to act so boldly. "This person has resisted arrest many times. Our team has received orders from the higher-ups to kill him on the spot." Bell put away his gun with a cold expression. He glanced at the headless corpse with disdain. "Phut, scum." It had been a few days since countless organizations expressed their stance at the meeting held by Blackstar. The chain reaction caused by this meeting had already begun to appear. More than half of the resources of the Galactic Society had been stirred up by Han Xiao. The organizations of the various starfields followed the consensus of the meeting and began to clean up the human trafficking in their territories. The Beyond Grade A Association controlled the galactic black market and directly started from the core, pulling out one human trafficking channel after another. It was not just the organizations that participated in the meeting. The other organizations that did not participate also joined in the grand event. They were not all taking care of Han Xiao's face, but seeing that so many large organizations had responded, some small organizations tried to use the opportunity of jointly cracking down on the human trafficking to form a connection with the local large organizations. The human trafficking elimination operation across the entire universe was in full swing. With the cooperation of a large number of organizations, batches of slaves were rescued, groups of human traffickers were killed, and buyers were captured one after another. There were also retired human traffickers who were tracked down by the intelligence department through the black market and hunted down again. It was rare to see so many organizations working together. It was like a highly efficient machine, and the efficiency every day made countless galactic residents marvel at Blackstar's terrifying appeal. The relevant information naturally reached the ears of the many calamity grades in the training base. In the dormitory lounge of the training base, the virtual screen broadcasted the results of the crackdown on the human trafficking in various areas. Jotina stared at the screen with sparkles in her eyes. "You actually have the same dream as me." Jotina clenched her fists tightly, and she could not suppress her excitement. As the daughter of Beast Ancestor, she hated the human trafficking to the core. Ending the human trafficking of the entire universe was a dream that she had hidden in the bottom of her heart, and she had never told anyone. However, she did not expect that Black Star would actually have the same idea as her. The difference was that to her, this was just an unreachable dream, but to Black Star, this was a goal that was within reach. Black Star, we are indeed destined partners. Jotina's breathing was heavy, and her heart was in turmoil. At this moment, she only wanted to give birth to a nest of monkeys for Black Star. For decades, her admiration for Han Xiao had always been the same, and now, it was even stronger. The rumors had always said that Black Star and the Dragon Emperor were a couple, but so what? I won't give up. So what if the Dragon Emperor is a beyond grade A? When I work hard to step into that level, I will be able to compete with you on equal terms. Jotina's eyes burned with an unparalleled fighting spirit, as dazzling as the eruption of a star. Black Star, wait for me. The Dragon Emperor is not worthy of you. I will definitely snatch you from her hands. Chapter 1422. The entire explored universe's crackdown on the human trafficking trade was unprecedented, and the effect was obvious. Regardless of whether it was the underworld or the legal world, human traffickers no longer had a place to stay. The protection that they once relied on could not wait to avoid them. Both buyers and sellers were as silent as cicadas in winter. A large number of individuals and organizations that had been involved in the human trafficking trade were investigated. Depending on the severity of the case and the size of the organization, they were fined, imprisoned, or sentenced to death. Countless human traffickers ushered in their doomsday. Of course, most people would not wait for death. There were naturally rebels, and the complicated situation under the human trafficking ecosystem was exposed in front of the world. The sellers might have nowhere to run, but many buyers had power and influence and were scattered in various industries. They were like stubborn stains left in the cracks. Many organizations were willing to kill all the human traffickers, but it was impossible to clear out all the buyers. Many cooperating organizations would not agree either. After all, the implications were too wide, and it was easy for the nature of the operation to change. Their own dark histories might also be dug out. There were many considerations. Han Xiao did not force them. He only wanted to kill all the sellers. Even if there were still buyers who did not give up, they would not be able to find a source for a long time, so he could only think about it. If there were bold speculators who felt that the human trafficking market would be empty because of this, they would take the risk and try to develop private customers in a one-to-one confidential manner. The advanced civilizations that supervised the network were not just for show, and the search program created by a transcendent virtual mechanic like him was not to be trifled with. A more detailed handling method was jointly formulated by the association and the advanced civilizations. Some new laws and regulations were introduced, and Han Xiao did not need to do it personally. As the human trafficking chains were publicly removed one after another, Han Xiao received more and more support from the galactic residents. However, although ending the human trafficking trade gave him a huge reputation, he also offended many people at the same time. Black Star Palace, private workshop. Han Xiao flipped through the feedback collected by the intelligence department over the past few days. With a strange expression, he clicked his tongue and said, the scale of this incident is even bigger than I expected. The commotion is even bigger than I expected. This kind of thing really won't bring me many benefits. No matter how respectful they are on the surface, in private, most of them think that I'm meddling in other people's business. I wonder how many people secretly view me as an enemy. Buyers who had the ability to keep slaves and not be investigated were obviously not ordinary people. He had deprived them of their hobby. Even if these guys did not dare to express their dissatisfaction, they definitely did not have a good impression of him in their hearts. If there was a chance to hit him when he was down, they would definitely not mind stepping on him. If it wasn't for my great strength, I wouldn't have had a good ending. Han Xiao curled his lips. Unfortunately, his fist was big enough. Even if these people didn't like him, they couldn't do anything to him. How could one not make enemies in the pugilistic world? Han Xiao did not mind. He opened the interface and looked at the mission list. The end of darkness was already displayed as settable, which surprised him a little. It's done just like that. The operation isn't over yet. Han Xiao stroked his chin thoughtfully. Now that everyone was in a state of panic, no one dared to take the risk at this time. The human traffickers who had not been caught had no intention of doing business. They were all running away, and the trade chain was basically broken. In a sense, during this period, the interstellar human trade had indeed been temporarily ended. As long as he completed the mission before it came back to life, it should be fine. In that case, the mission judgment is still considered loose. The difficulty is within the acceptable range. Han Xiao heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. If the mission was to ensure that there was no human trade in the galaxy, he felt that the reward of 10 trillion or even 100 trillion EXP might not be worth this difficulty, let alone 1 trillion EXP. This request was also very difficult. It seemed easy for him to complete it, but that was because he had accumulated a high enough status. There were very few organizations in the entire galactic society that had his appeal. If it were anyone else, they would not have been able to do it. The end of darkness has been completed. You have received 10,000 billion EXP, 15 random rewards, and 3 blank character summon cards. You have received the milestone, Slave Liberator. Slave Liberator, your relationship with all the Order factions will always be reverence. You have received 3 Universe Legendary Points. Universe Legendary Points, Light of Justice. You tore apart the darkness of the human trade and brought the light of justice to this galaxy. Countless people regard you as their idol. Universe Legendary Points, Great Man's Deeds. Your move to end the human trade will become a monument to humanitarianism. It will be remembered by history and left behind in the textbooks. Universe Legendary Points, Leader of Freedom. You saved countless desperate people and removed their shackles. In the eyes of the saved, your existence symbolizes noble freedom. Done. Han Xiao relaxed and checked his gains happily. The reward of 1 trillion EXP was mainly a reflection of the difficulty. To him, it was not much, but it was not much. It was only 6 or 7 times the size of an old man, but it was still a good windfall. The EXP was still useful to him. Although he had reached the transcendent grade, his total level still had not reached the upper limit. However, the leveling up cost was even more exaggerated. 1 trillion EXP could not even level up once. It was like a bottomless pit. In his eyes, the most practical reward was still the 15 random reward chances and 5 blank character summon cards. Especially the latter, he could touch people's abilities again. As for the effect of the Slave Liberator milestone, it would have been very useful in the past, but with his current status, even without this milestone, his performance was about the same. However, this achievement was a stronger protective talisman. He stood on the moral high ground. If the 3 universal civilizations wanted to target him in the future, the backlash would be even worse. In addition, this was also a huge political asset. If he had any thoughts about the position of the ruler of the Galactic Society one day, there might be some people who would welcome the great His Majesty Blackstar to his loyal central galaxy. Cough cough. Han Xiao coughed dryly and put away these thoughts. He tapped the table with his fingers and pondered. He had used his influence to call for the organizations of the entire universe to work together to end the human trafficking. Naturally, he could not change his orders all the time. That would damage his prestige. Although the mission was completed, it was not appropriate to stop immediately. He still had to continue. That's good too. It's not a bad thing anyway. I'll help him all the way. Han Xiao calmed himself down and opened the forums to take a look. He found that many players were also discussing this matter. Most of the posts were filled with admiration and praise. This deed was also added into the Galaxy Chronicles by the players. They were not stingy with their praises. All kinds of flattery made him feel very comfortable and not ashamed at all. Browsing the forums happily, Han Xiao's eyes suddenly paused as he saw a post that he was quite concerned about. This was an announcement post. The content was about the time of the next version update. Han Xiao did some calculations. About 9 months later in the galaxy, the players would welcome an offline update. The activity time of the players in version 5.0 was far from the standards of the previous versions. Even the Pro League had not been held yet. However, this update was not a big version change but a small update to enter version 5.5. There had been several small version updates in his previous life, but in Han Xiao's memory, version 5.0 in his previous life did not have this update. Looks like it's my butterfly effect again. Han Xiao was helpless. Under his influence, the storyline was completely different. Even the name of version 5.0 had become the Black Star era. It was not strange that the update time had changed. After all, every version update was based on some major event. This was automatically determined. Now, the World Tree would only arrive at the explored universe in 10 years. He guessed that this was the reason for the small update. It doesn't feel like a beneficial change. I still want to see if I can level up a few more times. Han Xiao rubbed the space between his brows. Although a small version update could unlock the player's level cap again, it was also because of this that the players had an important way to spend their EXP. He could not continue to harvest leaks with the highest efficiency. In addition, the 3 universal civilizations were currently harassing the World Tree's army, and this was the time when they needed suicide squads the most. If the players went offline, they would lose an armed force that could be recycled. Looks like I have to make preparations. Before they go offline, I'll cut them hard. The light of the scythe flashed across Han Xiao's eyes. He was already very familiar with this. The main point was to give the players enough motivation to empty their shopping carts. Compared to selling resources and equipment, the knowledge and skills of various classes were the biggest way to harvest EXP. Therefore, the skills are slow to sell. Help us. 9 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Han Xiao did his best to promote every day. It was as if it was double 11 every day. The army players fell into a carnival of chopping off their hands. Their EXP and wallets dried up at an unbelievable speed. However, they were not sad at all. Instead, they were very happy. They only felt that they had made a huge profit, and it was worth it. They smiled like flowers. After spending the money, they still have to thank us. After squeezing a wave of players, Han Xiao's EXP reserve was much more abundant. As long as he did not use it to level up, he could use it for a long time. In his opinion, it was enough to pay for many years of research. On the day of the version update, many players went offline and disappeared. This caught the 3 universal civilizations slightly off guard, but they quickly adjusted and changed people to stop the World Tree army. The loss rate inevitably increased. After solving the problem of human trafficking, Han Xiao did not continue to cause trouble. He cooperated with the 3 universal civilizations to prepare for war, and time flew by. During the preparation period, there were no more accidents. The modification of the flickering world border was successfully completed, and it became a war zone. The secondary dimension expeditionary army used the Realmless King's territory as a transit station and continued to search for the whereabouts of the World Tree's main body. Most of the Beyond grade as had improved to varying degrees under Han Xiao's guidance, and a new batch of Beyond grade as had been born from the Calamity grade students in the training base, leaving their names in the sanctum. In addition, many Beyond Grade A organizations had also completed their migration. Under Han Xiao's instructions, the Black Star Corps moved away from the Flickering World and the Shattered Star Ring, temporarily withdrawing from these 2 frontiers to prevent additional losses in the war. Year after year passed, and the distance between the World Tree and the Flickering World shortened day by day. The atmosphere in the explored universe became tenser and tenser. Finally, on February 5, 797 of the galaxy calendar, the shadow of the World Tree spread. The Flickering World headed toward the border of the unexplored universe. Dense streams of light jumped over and turned into an enormous World Tree fleet. Countless World Tree soldiers looked at the galaxy outside the window. The scene they saw was transmitted through the World Tree's mind and was synchronized with the subduing Tree King's heart. The subduing Tree King sat on the throne with a cold glint in his eyes. More than 10 years had passed in the blink of an eye to him. The memory of fighting with Han Xiao was like yesterday. Field battles were not the strength of the World Tree civilization. Invading the territory of the enemy civilization was their greatest advantage. Through the World Tree's devouring ability, they could snowball and eat all the resources and exhaust all the enemies. The war is finally going to enter the rhythm we are good at. The subduing Tree King clenched his fist and crushed the armrest of the throne. His voice was low and hoarse. "I've finally found your territory. It's time for you to taste despair." We just have to follow the strategy. When they really attack, we'll adjust according to the situation. Many officers spoke, filled with fighting spirit. Simon nodded and turned to look at Han Xiao. "Your Excellency Blackstar, what do you think?" Han Xiao rested his face on his palm and pondered for a moment. "We have a strong defense, and the World Tree won't be able to snowball for the time being, so they won't be rash. They'll most likely build a bridgehead base at the border and stabilize the jump point, preparing to fight a protracted battle with us." Compared to more than 10 years ago, his appearance had not changed at all. With his lifespan as a transcendent, this amount of time could not leave any traces on him. "That's right," Simon agreed. "So, it's time to test our endurance. A war of attrition is inevitable. Let's see who can withstand it. Let's see if we'll be killed first, or if we'll find the World Tree's main body first." Han Xiao shrugged. Currently, the reincarnation mechanism of the World Tree was still unsolvable. Han Xiao felt that a transcendent should have the power to attack an information form, but he could not unlock it. He could only attribute it to the fact that some prerequisites had not been met. Over the years, the expedition army in the secondary dimensions had made some progress. Although they had not found the main body of the World Tree, they had figured out the range of the World Tree's influence in the secondary dimensions and had met the other party's garrison many times. Fortunately, with the protection of Harrison's halo, they did not expose their coordinates. However, their actions were finally noticed by the World Tree civilization. Currently, batches of blessed race were searching for the expeditionary army of the 3 universal civilizations in the secondary dimensions. However, this was inevitable. The main body of the World Tree was guarded by countless blessed race members. The closer the expeditionary army got to the main body, the easier it was to trigger the alarm. It was basically impossible to find the main body of the World Tree without alerting any guards. It was the same in his previous life. The team that spontaneously searched for the main body of the World Tree was chased all over the world by the blessed race of the World Tree. In the end, it was Harrison who was lucky enough to pass through the warning net. "When is the Beyond Grade A Association planning to join the battle?" Simon asked. "They can join the battle at any time, but not me." Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. "Before the World Tree sends out the Tree King again, I won't make a move." His advancement to the Transcendent grade was still a secret to the World Tree. He wanted to use this opportunity to launch a surprise attack and seal another Tree King. If he rashly appeared to fight the small fries, the Tree King would most likely be so scared that he would not dare to show his face. Before luring out the Tree King, he did not want his cannon to kill mosquitoes. No one had any objections. After discussing for a while, the meeting quickly ended and they went offline to prepare. Han Xiao turned off the remote projection and looked back at the square of the training base. In front of him was a black mass of people. All the trainees were gathered there, looking at him eagerly. As you all know, the World Tree is about to invade. The training will end today. It's time for you to use what you've learned. Han Xiao scanned everyone as he spoke. After more than 10 years of high-pressure training, coupled with his own guidance, a new batch of Beyond Grade as had been produced. The number was considerable, more than 40 of them. Other than the exploration era, There had never been a period in history where beyond grade as were born so frequently. Nearly half of them were members of the Black Star Corps. Jotina successfully advanced, Neo Tien had also stepped into the beyond grade A realm half a year ago, and even Lagi had successfully advanced. Carrot had advanced to the beyond grade A realm a long time ago, but Han Xiao did not let him appear. He was still receiving special training and accumulating comprehension, trying to trigger the everlasting martial path again and quickly soar to his peak combat strength. The trainees were in an uproar for a while. Suddenly, as if they had agreed to it, they bowed to Han Xiao in unison. Regardless of whether they had advanced to the beyond grade A realm or not, regardless of whether they were army members or not, everyone had a solemn expression and said in unison, "Thank you, Your Excellency Black Star, for your 10 years of guidance. We will remember this kindness in our heart." Regardless of what Black Star's motive was, at least they knew how many benefits they had obtained in the past 10 years. Their gratitude to Han Xiao came from the bottom of their hearts. Han Xiao accepted it calmly and waved his hand. "Go report to the army." Everyone bowed again and walked onto the spaceships that had long been prepared. They turned into streams of light and disappeared from everyone's sight. This time, Kasui walked up from behind and sighed. "I wonder how many of these calamity grade seeds will survive the next time we meet. We've given them a chance. They can't blame others for not being able to obtain the entrance ticket to the sanctum in more than 10 years. Han Xiao shook his head. Kasui nodded. "It's time for us to report. Remember to find Aurora. We don't feel confident if we don't see her." "Got it." Han Xiao nodded and watched as the Beyond Grade A Association members left. In contrast, the Beyond Grade As were not that nervous. With Black Star's Sanctum revival behind them, their lives were guaranteed. After more than 10 years of training, many Beyond Grade As had made some progress. Han Xiao would spar with them from time to time and obtain some abilities from some of them. They could not chase the enemy away and could only defend their territory and endure the impact of the World Tree. This was the situation of the war in the future, and it was also a situation that the 3 universal civilizations were already mentally prepared for. They used the strategic depth of the entire explored universe to exchange for time. Most of the dozens of new Beyond Grade As did not go on stage, and Heller, Fu Ding, Evans, and the other experts with special abilities or huge improvements did not take action either. At the same time, the Beyond Grade As who had sacrificed in the last battle of the intercepting circle did not appear either, allowing them to continue to maintain their dead status in the eyes of the World Tree. In the Holy Covenant organization that others did not know about, there were still dozens of revivers who were ready to participate in the battle at any time. The individual strength displayed in front of the World Tree was only the tip of the iceberg. The purpose was to make the World Tree think that the exchange tactic was effective and fall into the trap. After more than 10 years of searching, Oathkeeper had accumulated several sanctum keys. Han Xiao had not used them all this time, treating them as strategic reserves. These were all capital to be used. Buzz, 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 just as everyone was chatting, the alarm suddenly rang, and the World Tree launched another attack on the outermost defense circle. Everyone paused. Before they could move, the remote projection of an officer suddenly appeared in the room and said with a deep voice, "Everyone, the Beyond Grade As of the World Tree have finally appeared. Please arrive at the battlefield as soon as possible." Hearing this, Han Xiao's eyes flashed. "They're finally here. Is there a Tree King this time?" "Yes." "Which one is here?" "Two, the Lord's avatars of the Subduing Tree King and the Fortitude Tree King." Kasui could not help but smile and interrupt. With the lesson from last time, the World Tree doesn't dare to let the Tree King come out alone. However, the configuration this time is similar to last time. I'm afraid they feel that as long as they are more careful, they won't fall for it like the Heart Tree King. This time, a new Beyond Grade A asked curiously, the Tree King has appeared. How is it? Is your Excellency Blackstar going to fight? Just one subduing Tree King. Forget it, I'll leave him to you guys. Han Xiao stroked his chin, thought for a while, and clicked his tongue. He hoped to catch a big fish. At the very least, it would be a Fortitude Tree King, preferably an ancestral Tree King. It was not worth it to expose his strength for a mere subduing Tree King. He just despised the subduing Tree King for being a pugilist. His function was too simple, and his importance was far inferior to the other Tree Kings. Furthermore, there were many experts in the Beyond Grade A Association now. He did not need to do anything to kill the subduing Tree King. As long as he killed this tool and made him unable to revive in the short term, he should be able to lure out the ancestral Tree King and the secret Tree King. That was the better prey in Han Xiao's eyes. Hella's eyes lit up as if she was afraid that someone would snatch her opponent away. She immediately said, "Then leave this guy to me." Han Xiao raised his brows and poured cold water on her mercilessly. "Although your improvement is not small, you're still far from killing a Tree King. We'll know after we try." Hella's eyes flashed coldly. "All right, as long as you don't let him escape." Han Xiao curled his lips. Originally, Warnose was the most stable person to deal with the Tree King, but this B***** had not left the Temple of 10,000 Gods for more than 10 years and still had no intention of participating in the battle. However, with the Underworld's big brother, there was no lack of strong men. At this moment, Han Xiao noticed that Evans's palm was trembling slightly. He could not help but feel strange. "Are you afraid? This is my first time on the battlefield, and it's a galactic war of this scale. I'm indeed a little afraid." Evans was calm. Lagi, who was at the side, muttered softly, "What's the use of being afraid? Don't tell me I won't die in battle if I'm afraid. I didn't expect to die after becoming a Beyond Grade A for only a few years. Sigh, as expected, someone like me doesn't have the right to enjoy life. You better shut up." Han Xiao said in annoyance, interrupting this chatting genius. "If not for the fact that you're more or less a combatant, I would have locked you in amber today." At this moment, at the border, the enormous World Tree Fleet was attacking the defensive circle, and the fleets of the Galactic Alliance Army cooperated with the various strongholds to counterattack. Countless rays of terrifying power shuttled back and forth in the vast universe battlefield, forming a resplendent but fatal rain of light that shot into each other's formations, causing spaceships to explode into fireworks in space. This was not the first time the two sides had fought, and the battle quickly reached its climax. The troops moved under the command of the various military artificial intelligences. From a macroscopic perspective, it looked like a large-scale exchange of fire, but in fact, both sides were adjusting their tactics every moment. On the battlefield, a group of World Tree Beyond Grade As, who were emitting astonishing energy, were observing the battlefield from afar under the protection of their own starships. The subduing Tree King had his hands behind his back as he scanned the formation of the Galactic Alliance Army with his sharp eyes. Not long after, the Beyond Grade As of the three universal civilizations also arrived at the battlefield one after another. The two sides faced each other from afar. Because only a portion of them appeared, they did not seem to have as many people as the World Tree experts. The group that appeared was mainly the Beyond Grade As who had participated in the Interception Circle battle. The others were hiding in the dark. Seeing this, the subduing Tree King narrowed his eyes and nodded. "Humph, many of them died last time. They are no match for us this time." In the past 2 months, he had been observing the situation of the Beyond Grade As of the three universal civilizations. Most of them were old opponents. Although there were some new faces, the number was limited. They were probably new Beyond Grade As. He was not surprised by this. The World Tree had also been nurturing supers for the past 10 years, and it had also given birth to some new Holy Tree emissaries and ancestral spirits. The scale of their individual strength had also increased. A portion of the enemy's individual strength had died in the battle more than 10 years ago, and the dead of the World Tree had all been revived. The subduing Tree King was quite confident. However, the Heart Tree King had already fallen. As a pugilist, It was very difficult for him to instantly kill the enemy's healer. The last time he tried, he fell into Blackstar's trap and was unfortunately killed. Therefore, the subduing Tree King did not intend to repeat the same mistake. This time, he had only gathered the world tree experts to test the waters. Scanning the enemy, the subduing Tree King's eyes suddenly focused. He realized that there was no trace of Blackstar. That guy didn't come out. No, he must be hiding and planning a sneak attack. The subduing Tree King became vigilant. The only thing he was worried about was Blackstar. The Heart Tree King had been sealed, and he did not want to follow in his footsteps. He was secretly on guard, afraid that Han Xiao would jump out and stab him. As the saying went, when enemies met, their eyes would turn red. The Beyond Grade as on both sides charged toward each other without saying a word and immediately started fighting on the battlefield, forming a large chaotic area. The subduing Tree King activated his liberation form without hesitation, and his entire body shone with a green light. He had wanted to force Blackstar out, but he did not expect to be stopped by a red-haired woman. "Your opponent is me." Hela stood in front of the subduing Tree King with a cold expression and a strong killing intent in her eyes. The subduing Tree King's eyes flickered. He had some impression of Hela. "It's you. Your self-healing ability is not bad, but you want to stop me with your combat strength." Other than Blackstar, the subduing Tree King was not afraid of anyone. Thinking of Hela's performance on the battlefield more than 10 years ago, he did not take her seriously. Hela did not have the habit of shooting her mouth off. Hearing this, she snorted coldly and erupted with a powerful aura. Bright red death energy whistled out. The subduing Tree King suddenly felt a threat, and his expression changed. He looked at Hela with surprise. She's actually become so strong. Without a doubt, this red-haired woman had already entered the Peak Beyond Grade A realm, and her energy fluctuations were at the upper tier of Peak Beyond Grade As. It had only been 10 years since they last met, but she had improved so much. The subduing Tree King's expression became solemn. Although there was still a gap between the two of them, he had to admit that this woman in front of him already had the qualifications to fight him. He sensed the battle situation of his other companions and realized that the improvement of the enemy beyond grade as was far higher than that of their world tree experts. Although they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, they were not at a disadvantage. How did they train? The subduing Tree King was shocked. In just 10 years, they had improved so much. How could it be so easy for a Beyond Grade A to increase their combat strength? Could it be that the enemy's territory was filled with outstanding people, and all of them were geniuses? Chapter 1425. Without waiting for the subduing Tree King to do anything, Hela had already attacked. A red light flashed in her eyes, and clusters of death energy that had been brewing into an ocean shot out. They contained a destructive aura, sealing all of the subduing Tree King's dodging angles. The subduing Tree King suppressed the shock in his heart, and his entire body flashed with green light. His vigorous pugilist flames were like a supernova erupting, emitting a thick circle of light green light. The approaching death energy froze in midair and shattered one after another. However, more death energy surged down, continuously filling the gap. After being strengthened by the power of the dead, the corrosion strength had increased by many times. Although the subduing Tree King's protective barrier had blocked the death energy, there was still a portion of the red air current left on it, continuously wearing down the thickness of the pugilist flames. The flames that were tainted by it quickly lost their vitality and turned into stars that dissipated into the universe. This ability has the offensive attributes of impact, corrosion, vitality weakening, mind, and so on. Furthermore, it seems to have some kind of superimposed killing technique. If my body is hit, it won't be good. With a thought, the subduing Tree King channeled more energy into his protective barrier. At the same time, he used his authority as a Tree King to summon the World Tree Roots. They quickly swirled as though they were forming a whirlwind, shattering the incoming death energy. He did not stop moving. Immediately after, he bent his knees and stomped on the ground. A shockwave instantly exploded behind him, and his entire body shot out like a cannonball, turning into a stream of light that charged toward Hela, leaving behind after images. Come! Hela's eyes turned fierce, and a red to black energy suddenly surged out of her body. Then, it quickly rolled back and covered her body layer by layer, instantly solidifying. The death energy seemed to have turned into some kind of gelatinous substance, and her entire body turned into a 5 to 6 meter tall red-black giant. At the same time, dense and complicated silver-gray patterns crawled all over the giant's body, looking rather mysterious. The outline of the giant's body was exactly the same as Hela's main body, but there were no facial features on its face, only a pair of burning white eye sockets. The next moment, the green meteor suddenly collided with the giant's abdomen and flew out with her. Like a ray of red and green, it smashed through dozens of starships, leaving behind a path filled with fireworks. Dong 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 dong. The green fist shadows that filled the sky rapidly fell, bombarding the little giant's body like a torrential storm, making it hard for him to breathe. However, her reddish-black body was extremely tough. Only ripples appeared on the surface of her body, and there were no signs of it being shattered. Suddenly, the fist shadows disappeared. The little giant caught the subduing Tree King's fist with both hands and lowered his wrist. Bang! The powerful force created a flowing ripple on the surface of the little giant's body, passing from his palm to his back and then out of his body. A green energy shockwave spread out in the space behind him, shattering over 100 battleships that were engaged in battle. Martial artists are invincible in close combat. I don't believe it. A mental wave with a strong fighting spirit spread out, and the red-black giant suddenly smashed its head onto the subduing Tree King's head. The vibration was transmitted through the two of them, and with a loud clang, a friendly meeting took place between the two of them. Immediately after, the little giant let go of the subduing Tree King and clenched his fists. In the blink of an eye, countless red lights flashed, and hundreds of fists with red flames appeared on the subduing Tree King's protective shield. A huge driving force erupted and sent him flying. In this form, Hela had actually repelled the subduing Tree King once in close combat. Interesting. The subduing Tree King, who was sent flying, immediately stopped and rubbed his stuffy head. Other than that, he was unharmed. He was a little surprised by Hela's close combat skills. After the previous exchange, he realized that the toughness of this little giant's physique was frightening, and her strength was extremely strong. If not for the lack of pugilist flames, he would have thought that he was fighting with a peak beyond grade A pugilist. Again, Hela waved her hand, full of fighting spirit. Although her ability was good at mid-range and long-range attacks, she still preferred fierce melee combat the most. After challenging Blackstar for so many years and being pressed to the ground time and time again, Hela was already enjoying being beaten up. Not only did she like to be beaten up, but she also liked to beat others up like how Blackstar beat her up. Aurora had suffered many punches in the past 10 years. Because the power of the dead contained the inheritance of her previous owner, Nerkis, Hela did not need to develop her abilities to comprehend the usage of many Esper abilities. After stepping into the peak beyond grade A realm, she had unlocked many new abilities. Transforming into a red-black giant was one of them, and it was a core ability. The death energy that Hela controlled was usually released externally. Now, she could condense and compress it in her body, transforming herself into another form called Death God's Liberation. This was one of Nerkis's main battle methods. This ability had many transformation stages, and the further one progressed, the stronger it became. However, each stronger stage required a sufficient energy rank to be unlocked. The unlocking condition for the ultimate death god required an energy rank of more than 90,000 Ona. Hela had yet to meet the requirement and had only unlocked the burial spirit stage, which was the red-black giant she was currently transforming into. After entering the death god's liberation state, her body would fuse with the underworld dimension to a higher degree, and a new talent would be activated. The more hero spirits in the underworld and the higher the quality, the more buffs she would receive. The effect was similar to proof of leadership, and this was also one of the reasons why Hela's combat strength had soared. At the same time, Because her body was highly condensed death energy, the characteristics of her ability still existed. Even if she used physical attacks, they would still have mental damage and corrosion. Furthermore, just by touching her body, the vitality of others would be drained. The two of them looked at each other in midair, and lightning flashed. The next moment, they moved at the same time, and the red and green figures collided again. Their fists landed on flesh, and the aftershock spread out, disrupting the battlefield. TSK, so scary. Han Xiao stayed in the base to watch the battle. Looking at the intense battle on the screen, he could not help but grin. He had tried Hela's form before, and her close combat ability was indeed very strong. Coupled with her recovery ability, she was so tanky that it made one's hair stand on end. Her combat strength was firmly in the top tier. However, in his opinion, even with this move, Hela was still far from being able to defeat the subduing Tree King. Before he advanced, even if he could defeat the subduing Tree King one-on-one, he would not be able to do anything to him for a while. Hela's combat strength was far inferior to his before he advanced, so it was impossible for her to deal with the subduing Tree King alone. However, with her disgusting tankiness, she would not be beaten into a meat patty by the subduing Tree King for a while. Han Xiao stopped looking at the two lumps of meat rubbing against each other and turned his gaze to the other battlefield. Fortitude Tree King and Herbalin were old opponents, and their eyes were exceptionally red when they met. They were fighting passionately, and the two huge bodies of the two mechanical deities rolled across the battlefield, crushing starships one after another. Other than the two of them, there were also many mechanical deities on the battlefield. Due to the size of their bodies, they were all the most eye-catching in the beyond Grade A battlefield. As for the old dragon, after successfully losing weight, he had already escaped the fate of being a target. At this moment, he was chasing after a World Tree Army leader and throwing spells at him. His improvement was huge, and it fully demonstrated the benefits of acknowledging an ancestor. He observed the sudden deaths of the soldiers and then looked at the current situation of the beyond grade as. His mood was solemn. This test is about done. It's time to retreat. Although the most troublesome Black Star had yet to appear, the subduing Tree King already had the intention to retreat. He had thought that this probing attack would give him the upper hand in terms of individual strength, but he did not expect the situation to be bad. This civilization that was viewed as prey was very tenacious. It seemed like even if they reached the other party's territory, they would not be able to defeat the other party easily. This time, it was not the main attack. If the situation was good, the subduing Tree King would not mind switching. However, the situation was not as expected, and he felt that there was no need to continue fighting. The subduing Tree King's eyes focused, and his energy erupted. His fist glowed with a green cross-shaped light, and he punched Hela's abdomen at lightning speed. Bang! The impact halo bloomed. The two of them were originally locked in a fierce battle, but this heavy punch suddenly broke the stalemate. Hela was blasted away, and at the same time, the World Tree Root beside the subduing Tree King swung out, sending Hela flying even further, smashing a row of starships like a meteor. The subduing Tree King did not chase after her. Instead, he turned around and retreated. The other World Tree experts received the order and retreated at the same time, leaving only the Lord's avatars of the Fortitude Tree King and the other mechanics to cover their retreat. Although he could not kill Hela in a short time, the difference in strength was not so easy to make up for. If he wanted to leave, Hela would not be able to stop him. Chase! Kasui shouted in the mental network, and everyone who was fighting chased after him. Hela finally managed to stop herself. When she looked up, she realized that the subduing Tree King was already far away. She immediately chased after him, but the distance between them was still increasing. She could not help but release a mental wave and shout, "Don't run, continue fighting with me." The subduing Tree King turned a deaf ear to her and did not want to pay attention to her at all. He quickly shuttled through the area where the two fleets were fighting, getting closer and closer to his own formation, leaving her with a back view that was getting further and further away. At this moment, Dylan, who had already materialized, suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Looking at the subduing Tree King's figure from afar, he let out a disdainful sneer. "No way, you call yourself a king? You're just a piece of trash who fled. You're not even worthy of being the most useless pugilist." As soon as he finished speaking, the subduing Tree King suddenly stopped running, and a look of shock appeared on his face. "What's going on? It's just a single sentence of ridicule." With my temperament, I actually stopped for some reason and couldn't help but want to turn around and beat this guy to death. Could this be some kind of mind control similar to the spirit of words? You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,